Kia ora tātou, it's 10 a.m, which is a good time then to bring the Infrastructure Services Committee meeting of August 15th to order. And I would like to start with the karakia, which Marlene McDonald will give for us.
Morena, me ino o tātou. I rātua kaha rau I raki, homo ki o mātou, tō kaha, tō maungatanga, tō rana nāri hei wani i tāmaka, ki te whakapapai, I tā mātou mahi, o te whānau nei, I tēnei rā. Koe ki whakaki tō mātou ariti, āmeni.
Now we have just one presenter here at Public Forum, item 2. And that's One Coast, and we have Judy Martin and Andy Barrett here to speak to us. Now.
Thank you. Okay, I'll just run through a quick PowerPoint which tells you what we're about. So, in the beginning was the... the rummage shed, which is what we had when we had the landfill at Waikouaiti. And this was the first effort really at some kind of reuse, recycling of goods from the landfill. It was a bit of an anarchic affair, rather like leaving a skip outside your house. Stuff went in, stuff went out, and the level went up and down. And every so often, good folks like Judy here stepped in to try and keep the thing on a kind of an even keel. And then, of course, the major event was that we shifted from being a landfill to being a transfer station, and a group of us led by Judy realised that we had a real opportunity to build something much better. And we worked with the DCC over a number of years. We actually did a concept idea for some vacant land adjacent to the landfill, and that actually got us to the point where we had a platform prepared. This is a view of the entire site. You can actually see, if you're looking, I don't think the pointer on this is going to do the job. No, it doesn't. But if you see all the green there, bottom, middle, and then you can see the road leading round. We're in that front area there by the road, so that's where we are in that area there. Yep. So we got the site prepared, all done by the DCC, thank you very much. And we got our first container for our operation there, and that was thanks to the Waste Minimisation Fund. Here you can see 2 keen local workers. We're available at very, very competitive rates should you need us for any similar jobs. What you can also see there are some shells which were supplied by Bunnings, I think it was, and Mitre 10. So that was gratefully received, and that's the shed that became our sales shed. After that, we got a second container which was supplied on permanent loan from the Harbour Board. So that's their one there, sitting alongside the first one. And so what we now have is an operation which is open on Sundays and Wednesday afternoons. We get about 10 to 20 cars a day coming in, dropping stuff off, looking round, scavenging what they can. One container is for sales, and the second one is for what we call free cycling, so you can just go in there, rather like the old rummage shed, and take stuff away. And after a while, we're constantly moving stuff between the two. Anything that gets left for too long then does go into the waste. So actually, let's just go back. that's what things look like. Now you can see the two containers, and you can also see the beginnings of a roof over between the two, and we'll mention that again in just a minute. And you can see around here at the front there, we've started to do some amenity planting and stuff like that. So eventually it will look quite attractive, we hope. So that's part of the operation, but that's not all of it. We do regular events, which Judy particularly has been very active in organising, where we get people to collect particularly a lot of clothing and that kind of thing. You can see there bedding, fabrics and so on. And then the locals turn up and you have a very busy and a very profitable day for everybody. In fact, you can get quite a lot of really good stuff at a bargain basement price. We shift a lot of material that way, and it's a real community focus for the area.
Just have to remind you, you've got your 5-minute mark there, Andy, so if you can just wrap it up.
Okay, righto. We manage green waste as well. We could talk about that. That's biochar being made. Note, by the way, that they're doing that up north now with some of the slash from the cyclone event. Still a work in progress. Our signage is still fairly basic. We're getting a roof put on the area between the two containers. We're going to get hopefully get a solar panel put up there eventually as well. And I was going to add some final thoughts, but maybe those things could come out as part of a question time.
Leave that up. I'm sure it can be used as a prompt for those who want to.
Okay.
I'll start actually just, the first question is that roof, is that again being produced by somebody locally? And can you sort of comment on the extent to which you offset costs by use of local labour and volunteers?
I could say that because it's on DCC land, it has to be done by an approved DCC contractor, of course. We've used local people to put in the posts, first of all, which was partly funded by a DCC and other waste minimisation grants. Custom Construction, who work from just up the hill, put up the framing, and our roof, our iron is going to be donated by Barry Dell and constructed by a Barry Dell volunteer labour who happens to be the husband of one of our workers. So that's all worked extremely well.
Any questions from any of the councillors? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Just like to ask, I think you're doing amazing work. What else can the council do to help you?
Yeah, I think one of the things probably is the last point up there on the slide, is that my feeling at the moment is that the way that we're viewed by the council is that we're sort of like an optional add-on. We've had excellent support, we have to stress that, but I think that as we go forward with a new waste minimisation strategy and so on, we need to start thinking about operations like this as actually part of the system. So ways in which this could be accommodated within the system. There was an event a while ago that I attended, an online event talking about community scale composting, and at least one of the councils actually has that as a budget line within the council's accounts. So I mean, I think that's the kind of thing that I think would provide us with real support. And the other point up there, you know, is the volunteers and paid positions. We're still in the stage where we are at the stage where we are because we're able to provide some paid positions. We're always then looking for grant money to support those. And like many groups of our type, we find that we have to spend time running after money when we could actually be getting on with the job. So I think those are the sorts of things really that we'd like the council to be thinking about.
So are you aware that there's a grants review that's going to be coming up shortly?
Not in too much detail, no.
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to think how to phrase it as a question. Would you like to be involved in the grants review and have your say about waste minimum?
We certainly would, yes. Thank you.
Mr Mayor.
Well, I think my question's been covered because I was going to ask you what do you mean by Windcoast being part of the system, and I think you pretty much answered that unless you had any further elaboration. But to spell it out, are you thinking in terms of having paid people to run such, I suppose, stations, if you like, in different parts of the city?
One of the gaps in the current waste minimisation funding is that it's very difficult for us to ask for money for employment. It's very good for getting structures that they like to get people, they like to have something new happening, like we had enough money from the waste minimisation grant to start our roof, but we weren't allowed to apply again for extra money to finish it because we had to ask for a different project for that, and also the issue of not being able to get operational costs for in the waste minimisation funding for organisations like us, as opposed to the $40,000 grant, which is the big that's the more for-profit sort of organisations. That we find that to be a bit of a gap.
Which leads into my question, which our next item will be looking at the WMMP itself, and currently Goal 2 of the existing 2018 one says encourage social enterprise and commercial development. Would you like to talk about the role that community-led groups could perform at that interface? Because I think what you're asking for is almost to be like a subcontractor or something like that in some respects in terms of being able to deliver. Am I right in that?
Yes, I think so. And we were very inspired by the Hampden model up from Waitaki District Council, which I think do operate on that sort of model and seem to work very well.
Right, so on the assumption that we do vote to do a new WMMP on the next item, so I don't want to preempt it because it might look like I've gone in with a predetermination. But if we were to say yes to that, would you want to make sure that delivery of community capacity which is currently Goal 2, is really emphasised and maintained as we go through that design?
Yes, very much so.
Thank you. Well, thanks very much for coming. Any more questions? Well, thank you very much for coming today. And I'll move now on to item 3, which is apologies. We have an apology from Councillor Walker and Councillor Gary and Councillor Lefiso. And Councillor Benson-Pope is not late, so there's no late apology there. So I move the committee accepts apologies from Councillors Walker, Gary and Lefiso. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour? Carried. Confirmation of the agenda. I am reminding everybody that we have a meeting at 1 o'clock to follow this one. This is a very large agenda, and I will try to keep it on time. If we run towards 1, we have a procedure we'll have to go through, but let's try not to run to 1 if we can. So I move that the committee confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wiley. All those in favour? Carried. Declarations of interest. Are there any amendments to the members' registers of interest? Without that, then, I move that the committee notes the elected or independent members' interest register and confirms the proposed management plan for elected or independent members' interests. All those in favour? Oh, do I need a seconder? Councillor Ackland. All those in favour? Carried. Against? Carried. Forget it was carried. Okay. Confirmation of minutes. So this is item 6. Any questions on this item? Okay, then I move that the committee confirms the minutes of the Infrastructure Services Committee held on the 20th of June 2023 as the correct record. Seconded, Councillor Weatherall. Anyone to speak? No. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Okay, item 7, Part A, reports, actions from resolutions of Infrastructure Services Committee meeting, which is on page 22. Any questions? No questions then. I move that the committee notes the open and completed actions of the Resolutions of Infrastructure Services Committee. Seconded, Councillor Ackland. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 8, Infrastructure Service Committee Forward Work Programme, page 25 for the attachments on 27 and 29. I have a question from Councillor Barker.
Just saw that there was a updates from the governance entities, and there was a regional transport committee held on the 4th of August. And I see the minutes will come in October, but I wonder if there's any headline issues that came out of that meeting that council should be aware of before this meeting.
Probably the stuff that actually be carried in item 10, which is the building of the RLTP, which was effectively a function of that meeting.
Thank you. So my next question is just around Waste Futures, given the presentation that we just had. And then we have about the procurement process, which had feedback from community groups and encourages the contractor wherever practical. So what confidence do we have that these groups like One Coast are going to be included in the procurement process?
Oh, I just lost control of my laptop, so I'm just...
I might look to Mr. Henderson over there. I know that the contractors kind of engage with a whole lot of community groups during the procurement process, but could you provide an update, Mr. Henderson?
I was actually just wondering what procurement process you're referring to.
It says procurement process for contract 9642. I'll bring...
The curbside contract has already been approved and gone with Enviro Waste. We did community engagement with community groups to get their feedback and gave that to the contractor as part of the procurement process. But if you're actually talking about being involved in the procurement process itself, that procurement is completed.
It was just that the contract encourages the contractor to include these groups in resource diversion systems wherever practical, so I just wondered whether they were being included.
Yeah, they definitely will be as we go through. Obviously, we're still in the process of getting together the new resource recovery part for Green Island, etc. So those, the resource recovery facilities are we're getting into that phase of things now. Yeah.
Any more questions? If not, then I will move that the committee notes the Infrastructure Services Committee Forward Work Programme. To have a seconder. Councillor Weatherall. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Okay, item 8, the Otago Regional Waste Assessment and Review of Dunedin Waste Minimisation and Management Plan, which is on page 31 and page 2 to 222 on the attachments, if you felt like some good reading. Mr. Henderson's coming up for this, yeah. Welcome, Mr. Henderson. I am so dependent on my computer now and had to go back to paper. I'm a bit lost. Do you want to speak to your report?
Through the chair, just want to say that the author of the report is unavailable today, so I will do my best to answer any questions within my limited capability.
Cool. Do we have any questions? Oh, I've got it back. Wait a sec, 2 secs. The Otago Regional Waste Assessment, one of the components in it that I noticed sort of coming through as a recurring theme was that we don't have, and I just can't find the exact page right now, we don't have much in the way of local facilities for processing recycled materials. And that's actually looking back at the WMMP and with that goal too of developing local capacity. If we are to go forward and rewrite the WMMP, which my recommendation would be we'll take that option. What will be in the work stream of the developing the MMP itself, and then the coming out of that in terms of establishing local capacity for processing the stuff that comes out of the material recovery facilities?
Through the chair, I'm not entirely sure if this answers your question or not, but I think one of the big themes out of the regional waste assessment was that regional collaboration might be the way to try and work together with other councils to achieve the scale that's needed to make regional facilities for recycling actually practical as a realistic option. Scale is normally the big issue that's the problem for us.
I did notice on the report that it did say that Dunedin itself can achieve scale. It was recommended in the report that Dunedin all by itself could achieve scale. Is that correct?
Yeah, as we develop facilities and improve our recycling infrastructure, then yes, we can start to achieve scale. And I guess the organics is probably the first example of that. Is that with commercial and domestic collections for food waste and garden waste, etc., we can achieve a scale that makes it a worthwhile project. So, yeah, it is. There is a possibility for Dunedin to achieve scale as long as we can actually get quality and quantity of our recycling improved.
Okay, so at a minimum then, even if we couldn't find cooperation from the region, theoretically we could achieve scale in some of these processing plants, I think is your answer, right? And that's in the report. So as we develop the WMMP, is there going to be a development of an iteration to establish a business case to actually start putting these facilities in place?
Well, that can certainly be part of the next iteration of the WMP. If that's Council's decision, we can certainly include development of business cases towards local facilities, local processing.
Because Goal 2 at the moment basically says establish that activity. So I guess my feeling is, will we flesh that out to this is how we will do it, if the council so wishes? Yeah,
absolutely. I think it's important to. So the current WMP is only the second iteration because they only came in. The first one was 2013. So the one we're on at the moment is the second one. And I think especially with upcoming legislation changes and a action and investment plan being developed for New Zealand, it's that kind of thing is exactly what we need to flesh out in the next version of the WMP, if that's Council's decision. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. On page 56, 1.6.1.4, Dunedin, the key local drivers include reference to a zero waste and circular economy approach, specifically around, obviously, the WIMPS, waste minimisation management plan. I also then notice on page 53, under the Queenstown CBP, outcome 4, to grow a resilient low-carbon local food system, supporting composting, gardening skills, food growing hubs, and the development of community composting. I'm just wondering whether something like that outcome was considered or is being considered as part of the Dunedin one, because my read of it isn't as a circular, referring to a circular system, but not actually education or anything like that.
So just confirm, you're talking about the new version of the WMP or the existing WMP? The waste assessment is basically just it's the information gathering exercise to inform development of a new waste plan. So if you any new goals or anything else that you wanted to include, go into it.
You have strategic initiatives intended to guide action for the waste sector for Dunedin, and as that, I've referenced that against the Queenstown, what I perceive to be the Queenstown strategic initiatives, and I'm just wondering whether the outcome 4, or the initiative 4, I guess, for Queenstown, which was education and trying to get people into doing it more at home, was part of what we're considering, or where the initiatives, the strategic initiatives that we currently have, embodying a circular economy approach. To me, that would necessitate an approach similar to the Queenstown, but it doesn't appear to be in my read of this. Or am I losing you completely?
Yes, sorry, Councillor, you've lost me.
I will see if I can figure out a better way of saying it and come back to it.
I think I can help.
Yeah.
After you.
Oh, well, I was actually one of the authors on the WMP. There's an education component in there as well. So I'm not sure which section it is, but there's a community education component in there. And is that where you're heading towards, like getting people to? And then the next level up from that is what One Coast is proposing, which is in a local area you'd have stuff that's being like green waste, which is locally being produced and could be locally dealt with. And then we've got the Green Island central facility for what comes in centrally. Is that
Yeah, okay, thanks for that, Chair. Through the Chair, and I guess also with that, if we're talking about the composting at home, I mean, obviously we do subsidise the cost of things like Bokashi buckets and other home composting systems are actually subsidised as well. So we do encourage composting at home, and we provide education for home composting, etc. Yeah.
Councillor Van der Vis?
On page 32, paragraph 13, it mentions that the government is developing new legislation with the aim of providing clear roles and responsibilities in delivering transformational change. Have you had any information on what this transformational change portends?
Nothing specific. What we do know is central government, I mentioned it before, there are two major things underway at the moment. They have proposed that the Litter Act and the current Waste Minimisation Act will be combined into one act, which is the Responsibility for Waste Act, and that they will produce an action and investment plan, which will basically be an overview of what they want to see developed and where. So there'd be more direction from the Ministry for the Environment of what they want councils to do in regards to waste infrastructure in their regions.
So it will be essentially top-down, more centralised control of what we actually do?
Yes, you could look at it that way. I think, they obviously there has been a lack of guidance in this sector from central government for some time. Basically, territorial authorities have been left alone to do their own thing, and the Ministry for the Environment is now stepping in with things like standardisation of curbside recycling to say what councils will collect so that the system is the same across the country.
Through the Chair, on page 33, paragraph 16, it's talking about the Otago Regional Waste Assessment Report, and it's threatening new goals, objectives and targets as being recommended. Do we have any idea what these new goals, objectives and targets are?
We do have an idea of what the goals and stuff will be. The legislation hasn't been introduced yet. We understand it's going to be introduced to Parliament in 24 and enacted in 2025. So I can't tell you exactly what will be in the legislation, but we do know that they are introducing targets that all councils will have to meet for their curbside recycling, etc.
And just to follow up Councillor Van der Vis' question, it also, there's a couple of times it's touched in the report as well, that our WMMP is already close to fit for purpose. So it's not like it's miles away and needs to be dragged in.
Yeah, that's correct. With the Waste Futures project that was reflected in the 2018 WMMP, we were already introducing new services which are aligned with the way that MFE central government has headed.
Thank you. Mr Mayor.
Yeah, just going back to the topic of composting. By my observation, the larger the composting facility, the more fraught and problematic it is. And we've seen, a lot of protest about some others, particularly Christchurch, but also where large quantities of compost can be contaminated with tannalised timber or some such stuff that then renders it unusable. So to me, the smaller it can be, the better. So obviously at home, just people who do their own composting know what they're putting in and take more care and look after it. But that medium level that we've just heard from One Coast seems like a really good way of doing it, where you've got a bunch of volunteers or even paid people supervising the compost directly and also redistributing it directly in a local environment. So have we been thinking about that in terms of our WMP?
Excuse me, sorry. It is obviously even just the carbon miles from bringing green and food waste from the outlying districts into a central location is obviously something we'd like to avoid. So we are looking to encourage local solutions where it's possible and applicable to do so. The problem we tend tend to run into is actually making sure, yes, once again, screening to make sure that any contaminants are removed, and also doing it with sufficient temperature to ensure any pathogens and that kind of stuff are taken out of the compost. So it's it can be problematic, but yes, local solutions and community-driven initiatives is definitely a preferred solution. Yeah.
So do we have that included in our plan, or I suppose it's still being prepared or thought of? Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't. We're not starting the collections until the middle of 24. So we haven't actually started developing any local solutions yet. That's part of the zero carbon plan that we've. The waste part of zero carbon is starting to look at some of those community led initiatives along those lines.
I'll catch you in a second, then I'll just in the hierarchy of decision-making processes and what sits where, we have national policy statements which sit above everything, along with the legislation. Am I correct in saying then that the WMMP is more like a strategic document which actually sits above our waste futures and then directs to our waste futures activities?
Yes, that would be correct. The WMP is a requirement of the current Waste Minimisation Act, so it's a central government requirement that we have to have one. So I guess to all intents and purposes, it is pretty much a strategy. Yes.
And therefore, just from the questions around the table, we'd need to be making sure that we have the strategic objectives that we are looking to achieve have to be represented in some way or another in the WMP.
Yeah, correct.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
I'd just like to have a shadow wanting to move option 2.
Fair enough. I'll let you do that. But I am actually going to say, from the chair, generally speaking, I'm really more comfortable with the chair deciding what option will be pulled. And a foreshadowing is a tendency to sort of jump the gun. But anyway, fair enough. We'll go with option 2. And if that should fail, I will recommend that we'll go with option 1. Very good. Any more questions? Do you have a seconder then? Seems not, then fails to move, so then I'll move the option 1, which can we have that up on the... And I'll read that out for Ms McDonald, because I know it's really hard to see it from when you're on Zoom. I move that the committee notes the 2023 Otago Regional Waste Assessment is now complete as per section 51 of the Waste Minimisation Act 2003, resolves to proceed with an amendment to the Dunedin Waste Minimisation and Management Plan, nominates the Chair and Deputy Chair of Infrastructure Committee to participate in a Waste Minimisation and Management Plan steering group, and invites mana whenua to identify a Runaka representative to participate in a Waste Minimisation and Management Plan steering group. I actually have a question for the Runaka representatives at the moment. It's written at the moment singularly. Would the two of you be happy to nominate one person, or do you want that modified to just taking out the A and making it Runanga representatives? Okay, then as the mover, I'd like to just amend that. And then an S on that. Cool. Okay. Very good. So I'm moving that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mayhem. Does anybody wish to speak to it?
I still have questions.
Oh, sorry. You know what? Let's just stay with the questions. I think we can have a few questions. If it doesn't change that, then we can have the questions.
Yes. Look, because I'm just concerned about a couple of recycling questions. Sorry. Mr. Henderson, sorry. Because the government has identified that plastics and tyres are their highest priority for recycling. And we have scope, well, there's a well-established plastic recycling company that is making fence posts. And so what are the chances of us getting a fence post manufacturing facility in Dunedin to recycle our, the particular plastics suitable for that?
I left my crystal ball back in the office. Obviously, Future Post, if you're referring to the soft plastics, recycling, turning soft plastics into fence posts, they have established a facility in the South Island up near Nelson at the moment. There has been some discussions with them in regards to an Otago location. Hasn't progressed too far at this point in time, but it is an option that's on the table. So there is hope that we can establish something down in the lower South Island.
Similarly, I've heard of plastic recycling of hard plastics into a similar kind of material. You know, so hard plastics just in a soft melt situation to make some new shape.
So at the moment, our plastic number 5 is recycled in Christchurch. Most of the 1s and 2s can go to Flight Plastics in Wellington or in the Hut. It's the scale we need more infrastructure because obviously the amount of recycling is exceeding local capacity, which is why quite a bit of it still goes overseas. So it's all about developing more capacity to recycle that stuff and take care of it ourselves on shore, which I am led to believe will be a major focus of the action and investment plan that comes out of central government, will be targeted investment into those areas on a regional basis.
And lastly, tyres. You know, we do produce a lot of used tyres, and there is a couple of initiatives listed in the appendix, but do we have any plans or any possibilities that we're exploring?
At the moment, our tyres go to Christchurch and actually get exported overseas for recycling. The TyreWise scheme, which is actually a regulated product stewardship scheme for tyres, is scheduled to begin at the end of 23. It may slip into early 24, and that should actually, for want of a better word, take the responsibility off council, because the product stewardship scheme will take care of collection, transport and the recycling options. So as one of those priority products that MFE was concerned about, that product stewardship scheme is about to be implemented for tyres.
I wasn't really planning on opening questions up, but it looks like people are keen to, so let's just do it. Councillor Houlihan and then Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Given we're going to have one of the largest builds with the new hospital in the country, are we actively seeking out building materials, you know, like asking contractors or working with contractors to get recyclable materials to be used in that build? Do we have any say in that?
No, from my department, don't have any say in that build at all. We have talked to them about what options are available for recycling, but we don't have any say in what they're doing or using or anything else.
My thing's gone, because I know you can get bricks, you know, that are made from plastic, things like that could be, I don't know. There's numerous, like. I can remember years ago when I worked for a construction firm, they've got recyclable insulation, and which would obviously make a huge difference on our zero carbon. Is there any communication, so you've already done that? You've said to them, we want you to use recyclable where possible.
We've indicated our preference, and we've told them what recycling facilities there are available locally for material when they were doing the demolition, etc., and where they could take the material that's obviously the waste from the building process, etc. Obviously we don't have any specific influence on what they're actually using as part of the build.
Just Council, I just want to remind everybody it's a big meeting today, and if your questions can be defined only to what we're actually going to resolve. Yeah, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Just coming back to the issue of recycled tyres, you'll be aware that when you put new tyres on a vehicle, you pay a tyre disposal charge for the old ones. What does that pay for in the absence of a recycling scheme? Does it just move them to somewhere?
It varies depending on the company that you're using, yes. And there is a fee that has been charged for quite some time. It has been a voluntary scheme, and there is a number of those tyre stores do then use that money to transport tyres for recycling. Some don't. The tyre stewardship scheme will make sure that they all do.
Now that is the end of questions, and I have moved this and it was seconded. So now, and also I do remind everybody, a lot of the questions that were asked are actually about what you would consider in developing a WMMP. So our decision today is, are we going to do one? So if you can just confine your speeches to the decision. Councillor van der Vis.
My reason for not wanting to progress the amendment basically is that we have an election coming up very shortly. There's an extraordinary amount of legislation that's being pushed through, which may make whatever work we do between now and then irrelevant anyway. I believe that this may be appropriate if we get a return of the current government. But given that that looks as not as likely as it was, that progressing with this work now may well just be a waste of time and resources, and I think it's something that could and should be done post-election.
Any other speakers? Councillor Barker.
I'm in total support of doing the waste minimisation plan again. It's proved a little challenging to deliver, and it's something that all of our community are very, very keen on, as evidenced by a lot of the questions. And I think a lot of those questions about how do we recycle, how do we become better at dealing with our waste will be dealt with in the WMMP, and I really look forward to the execution of it, because I've asked many, many questions about execution, and that was proven, I guess, when One Coast come up to it about how do we get community groups involved.
Thank you. Councillor Hurleham.
Thank you. Yes, I fully support this, and I think we need to do more of it. And I'd like to see us have a model like Wastebusters in Wanaka. I know I go on about it, but it's extremely good. And I think there's lots of business opportunities in recycling things. So from a startup point of view, I think we could do a lot more with that as well. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I support reviewing the plan and amending it as we go, and I am quite enamoured of the idea as proposed by One Coast that we have a range of outlying recycling facilities so that there can be an exchange of materials and some on-the-ground composting close to the communities where it is produced and reused.
Any more speakers? As yet again, I forgot to give my speech at the start, so I'll exercise my right of reply. Just to Councillor van der Vis's point, when we wrote the last WMMP, we were already ahead of the legislation and providing more than the legislation was asking for, which is why during the waste assessment, the Dunedin WMMP stood out as the most advanced and one which could theoretically survive not being rewritten. We actually had to make the same decision back in 2018 that could have just not rewritten it back then. So I think updating it every 4 years or 3 years is just a method of just making sure that you're touching base with your own objectives and where you want to go. One thing that has come out, and it really wasn't any accident that One Coast presented it at Public Forum today, is that I've always wanted them to keep their profile high in front of the council. And I think in the WMMP I'll be looking for what is currently Goal 2, which is the establishment and development of local capacity, to be fleshed out and brought into as much activity as we can so the council can be a leader in what we're doing. I do want to bring just a word of caution to plastic recycling and bringing plastics back into the environment, such as posts or roofing tiles or road product, and that is that our understanding of microplastics as an environmental hazard is not well understood. And I think we need to be cautious when we're going forward that we might be doing one cure and doing what I like to call the asbestos of the sea. Microplastics, when they get into the sea, they seem to be forever pollutants, and so we need to be very careful as we go forward how we process them. And again, that will be a focus of the WMMP. So I'll put it. All those in favour?
Can I request that we put B separately? I'm happy with the rest.
Yep. So we'll do A, C and D together. I'll put A, C and D together. All those in favour? Against? Carried. B. I'll put B, that we resolve to proceed an amendment of the Dunedin Waste Minimisation and Management Plan. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Now on to item 10, DCC Transport Program for the Regional Land Transport Plan, which is on page 38. So Ms Hitchcock, that's not a bad, well, we can foreshadow. The Mayor foreshadows that he would like to put a small amendment to the motion, and I want to move it, so I'll actually be the mover, so we'll put it up with the new wording in it, which part B is the new wording. I'm happy to move it. Yep, and we'll ask questions and talk about it as we get through. Okay, so we have staff in front of us now. Do we have any questions for staff? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question on page 38, and it says that the RTC will consult on the draft RLTP, and I just wonder, will they go out and consult with public, or is this done through the DCC or the ORC, or is it done as a separate thing?
As with previous RLTPs, they do a public consultation where they invite people along to hearings and everything as well.
It's members of the Regional Transport Committee. So
I was quite, paragraph 13 seemed a little counterintuitive to me, and maybe it's a timing thing, which is including a project in the draft RLTP does not require Council to fund it through the 10-year plan process. However, if the Council does not allocate the Council contribution local share through the 10-year plan process, the projects will not receive funding from the NLTF, and I'm just concerned about what position that leaves Council in, because I see a lot of, I guess, aspirational plans on, I guess it's like the wish list that's attached to it. So how does the timing work? Because I see that that comes in, is it July 24 that we get a tick off, and we may have put some things in our budget that we are taking a punt on, I guess. So do we have to recommit to those projects if we get the funding, or how does that work?
In short, if it's not in the 10-year plan, then it won't get funded, but they can remain in the RLTP for future iterations as well.
So Council could take stuff out of the 10-year plan that it wasn't quite committed to and was taking a punt through the process. Okay, that's good to understand. Thank you.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. On page 41, number 21, where you talk about investigating freight movements into, around and through the Mosgiel-Tory area and commuter rail opportunities, I wonder if you could just expand on that, what your thinking is.
Yeah, so we're very aware that there was a resolution about including commuter rail from Councillor Houlihan in the 10-year plan consultation. So we're mindful of that when we're looking at that. But I think down to, I guess, to take a step towards the Mosgiel freight situation, we need to do some investigation to understand what the freight movements are, where they're going from to, how long certain commodity movements that are going through the centre of town are going to last. Are they all going to the same destination? What those kind of changes are in the freight business, and that's our intention in terms of putting in some planning money into the Regional Land Transport Plan.
Thank you. I mean, it is obviously only planning money, because when I look on page 53, you're only talking 250,000, and same with you're talking about a rail passing loop for freight, only 100,000. But I note on that page 53 where you talk about the missing links, the Albion Lane and Dental School block, you don't have any budget in that line. So is it just a wish?
It's just kind of signposting that it might be in the next RLTP, so the next 3-year period.
Okay, and the other thing, I wondered why it wasn't on here on page 54, where you've included under walking and cycling, and you've got the Northern Cycleway, but you haven't got anything in there for the Tory from the Waihola to Mosgiel Cycleway.
So the Mosgiel to Waihola cycleway is essentially being looked at by a trust, and it's a complicated one because it's not essentially wholly a Dunedin City Council thing. It's a little bit of NZTA, it's a little bit of ORC, a little bit of DCC. So where it would find its way into, Councillor, is probably, I would imagine, not the RLTP at this stage. But it could well find its way into, Stacey, correct me if I'm wrong, other MB funding, other funding for cycleways that is outside of, essentially the RLTP is around around urban areas when it comes to cycling, where you get that urban benefit. People riding bikes to schools and walking to schools and walking to work and riding to work.
Can I follow Councillor Lucas' question up, though, with what's in that list there is stuff that's got specific funding or will ultimately get a funding allocation put to it maybe in the next cycle. But there is a strategic component of the RLTP where we can put in future directions where we might want to think we go, so that we make sure, because that's how we captured, I believe, the cycleways up on the north coast on the last RLTP. They weren't funded, they weren't in the program yet, but we were considering them strategically. So I'm wondering if we'll be able to roll it back in there into that strategic statement. Just saying that we have strategic cycleways we plan putting, and these are heading off in these different directions.
We can certainly signal that, yes.
Yep, effectively it's a signalling event. Yep. Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. A question that Councillor Gowrie was hoping to present at the meeting today, but also that I have strong interest is in the final stages of the Peninsula Connection and where this may fit or not fit into the program.
So we have, I think it's considered a new improvement state, isn't it? Because it essentially exists on its own. I was saying this morning that there has been an element of detailed design done on that final section of the Peninsula Connection, but the business case hasn't been done in parallel. So the business case would have to be done to establish, as I said yesterday, it's got to go through the machine and we see what comes out the other end in terms of a benefit cost ratio. So it's a little bit, I might say it's a little bit out of sync with the rest of the projects insofar that the detailed design and the business case aren't going in parallel, but we would still have to do that work to establish whether the benefit costs stack up.
Okay, so in reading this report, what I'm taking from it is that everything that we want to include in the Regional Land Transport Plan has to be in by the 31st of August.
That was something that I was just going to, Stacey's just had some information through from Wakakotahi, and I think we're now looking at the 29th of September for our first bid, which has changed from the end of August, but that's just through this morning.
Okay, and then I note then there's a date of April 24, and then when we look at paragraphs, I think is it 11, 12, alignment with the 10-year plan. There is flexibility for the RLTP to be adjusted later to take 10-year plan decisions into account. So does that mean that anything that is new coming out of the 10-year plan would be able to be included, or does everything we want to be included have to be done before the end of September?
It would be easier if we could include everything that we think would be in the 10-year plan now, but we do have some flexibility, so we can add things in then and take things out.
And take things out. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Just want to follow up Councillor Wiley's questions around that specific project. What was the FAR rate on the project? So, yep.
Oh, a little bit before my time, but I do believe that it started off a little bit higher than the normal 51% and went down each year. Is that correct? Councillor Wiley is shaking his head.
And it was only that, it wasn't any higher than that?
No, it was the normal far rate, but it used to be 53 and then became 52 and then became 51.
So it's 51 right now.
51 right now.
So for simplicity's sake, 50%. So if you get the far rate, you pay X million dollars. If you don't get the far rate, you pay 2X million dollars, right? So that, and Waka Kotahi's willingness to invest in a project is usually centred around the cost-benefit analysis, right? The BCR, benefit cost ratio.
Yes, that's correct.
And that has a volumetric component to it, doesn't it? Even though we've said we don't agree with it, that is how they do it.
Yes, it is. It's essentially the benefits associated with the number of people that you get walking and cycling, the subsequent monetised health benefits and reduction in congestion.
And so if you get a low BCR, then your chances of getting Waka Kotahi co-funding drop off.
That's correct.
And we would need to take that into account, I think, as we move forward. Donna? Oh, microphone, Donna, because just for the purpose of the video, so if you can whack your mic on.
Apologies. So for the purpose, I just want to have an understanding around what do we mean by peninsula? How far is that?
Oh, stop, just like, yeah.
Yeah, she'll turn it off when she turns hers on. Yeah.
So it's the Harrington Point section of the peninsula. So it's essentially that part of the section of the peninsula that doesn't have the raised road and the cycleway. Well, it's got a little bit of cycleway in some parts, but it's extending it beyond the Portobello School down to Harrington Point.
And then beyond, though, too, right, eventually, to Ōtako. Yeah. There's already bits that's been done and stuff, but that effectively is the unfinished bit, right?
That's correct.
Cool, thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at the Mosgiel Transport Plan, which has $1 million for planning, and it says strategic PBC for Mosgiel to respond to development and growth. Is this about the Gordon Road issues? Is this going to address those issues?
So it's a little bit twofold. Yes, we recognise that we need to do some strategic transport planning for commuters, as well as for the freight industry. So it's about looking at that from a holistic point of view and taking a whole model kind of approach to Mosgiel. So it's both.
I'm aware that they had a public meeting and that the community board are pushing for something to be done about Gordon Road. So is this a pathway for something to be done about Gordon Road?
Yes, so we have put in the RLTP that we will do the planning work for the freight situation in Mosgiel, bearing in mind that will take quite a bit of time, and that's why we've put the planning money in, and at this stage haven't signalled construction money.
Sorry, and just through the chair, just a reminder to the councillors that Gordon Road is a state highway, so we have to work in partnership with Waka Kotahi to do anything in that corridor.
And it may even get more complex than that as to whether or not even Gordon Road stays the state highway. I think it's a pretty big discussion.
Correct.
Okay. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, that was one of my questions actually, was around that, because if an inbound port goes ahead, which is what they were talking about, proposing, would that be us who put a submission into our RLTP, or would that be the port? Can the port do that? Is the port allowed to submit to the RLTP?
Not particularly, not the same way that we would, because they won't be accessing NLTF funds to do it. But if it's something that DCC is going to build, then we would put it into the RLTP.
So if they'd have to come to us, is that the process? Like, say, like this private cycle group as well, if people, the trust that want to do the to Outram, and if people want to do something, or organisations, it has to then come through us to get on the RLTP. Is that the process?
I think it's a little bit twofold, Councillor. So I think in the case of Mosgiel is about doing a whole lot of modelling around what movement's going into, through, around Mosgiel, what's the growth, what's the freight volumes. But then there's also groups like the Tunnels Trust, good example, that came to council and advocated for the cycleway between Dunedin and Mosgiel.
And I think you answered it with Councillor Wiley's question before, but just to clarify, so anything that's proposed on our long to LTP will go forward to the RLTP, is that correct?
We will need to try and make sure that they match, yes.
Brilliant, thanks. So that includes the rail. Yeah, proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My questions are fairly sort of broad, but if I can just zone on page 53 in relation to all the numbers that are on there over the 3-year periods for the various activities, where have those numbers actually come from? Like, has there been sort of budgetary investigative work to find out what the amount for each of those activities is?
Depending on which line it is, it's either from the existing 10-year plan, the annual plan. Planning money is based on what we currently spend on the planning projects, and some of them, for example, the North Coast Cycleway is from their feasibility study. So if there's existing documents that have some price estimates in there, then we will put them in there. But some of them are based on what we think it's going to cost.
And so some of these numbers are already in the LTP, is that what you're saying? But some are not. And all of this is what goes to government for funding requests. And they'll come back and say what they're going to essentially fund. What's the percentage for council to pay, or does that vary depending on what the item is?
Our normal fire rate is 51%.
They fund us 51%, right? So basically half of it is our cost. But yet again, and so when this all goes for the decisions to be made as to what's going to be funded, do we get the answers back on that before we go through our LTP process?
It comes in a couple of iterations. So we get the first moderation around about November, December. So that'll line up with when you guys are doing your draft 10-year plan. And then once the 10-year plan is consulted on, then we get the final decision in April. So there is a lot of back and forth between then to try and make sure the numbers match, yes.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. And just one more question on page 39. So it's item number 8. It's relating to the draft government policy statement, and obviously there's been changes. There are changes being made in relation to indicative priorities due to the result of Cyclone Gabrielle. It says here that hasn't been released as yet. Is there an expectation as to when we will know what sort of impact that those changes are going to make, and when that'll be?
So a little squirrel told me that we might see the draft GPS on Friday, but there has been a lot of talk about it coming for a long time. We truly don't know what it looks like. The only signal that we're getting around the draft GPS coming out is around resilience, just as a kind of general strategic overarching goal. And we at this stage we just do not know the scale of the rebuild on in the lower North Island on the National Land Transport Fund.
So at this stage, it's fair to say a lot of our aspirations may be substantially challenged in relation to what?
That would be correct.
Very good. Any more questions? Just want to make sure I got that part sorted out this time. Okay, so I move that the committee notes the DCC Transport Program with the 2024 Regional Land Transport Plan and works with the Otago Regional Council to include a loop bus or tram in the DCC Transport Program for the 2024 Regional Land Transport Plan, and the Mayor has indicated that he'd be happy to second that. I'm going to speak to this. One of the things that's been coming up over and over again, and that's why Part B of this is something I'm relatively comfortable to just go forward with, is that over the years the government has been trying to align its funding with transport with the cycle of the council cycle of 10-year plan funding, and they were out of sync by about 6 to 8 months. RLTP came out a little bit earlier. It had a certain advantage to it because you knew that you had now got a certain ranking, and the chances of it actually being funded you had a much greater certainty of. Unfortunately, now the two are going to land at the same time, so we won't have as much certainty in terms of what is going to be funded at the NLTF when it comes out. However, this has been a big discussion at the Regional Transport Committee. What do you do about this? And the feedback from Waka Kotahi and the general consensus of the committee was you put everything in, you see how it comes out in the wash, and then you'll work that out in your long-term plan. And the relevance of that too is that, and the Peninsula Connection is a really good example of this because it was eligible for shovel ready, but didn't get any funding, is that so shovel ready was a separate form of funding that came out there that then could be applied to infrastructure projects. If you are not on the RLTP, then it's considered that the council doesn't have enough interest in the project and it will not get any extra special funding. So all the stuff that you would want to have funding over and above your base funding also needs to be in the RLTP as well, which is why this is such a robust document. The reality of it is that only about half of the stuff in there will actually get the funding. And so we will also be prioritising the order in which we want it to spend as far as that goes. And just to the government policy statement on transport and the effects of Cyclone Gabrielle, that again is an issue that's an unknown out there. It's considered that it's been flagged that Gabrielle is not going to influence the next cycle of funding because it's in so close, and that'll give them a year to decide how much will stay in transport funding in general, how much will be allocated over. And in terms of the government policy statement of transport changing, my experience is that that can change after an election as well. So 6 years ago, with the change of government, the new government came in and wrote a new GPS and released it quite literally after we'd finished consultation, and we had to figure out how to write into that policy statement. So there's always that uncertainty, but there's also an ability to respond and come through with the plan at the end. Do I have any more speakers? Councillor Barker.
I just want to say this is a really good report and made clear a lot of those TLAs, three-letter acronyms that we have been struggling with a lot of the time. It's quite a complicated system. That's why I asked the questions about the timings in our RLTP. And I guess on the understanding that this is a wish list and maybe about half get funded, then that's a good way to go, because I was worried that we were committing ourselves by signing up to this document. It's really great to see some of the issues that we've heard from our community coming up and being put in the list. And as Councillor O'Malley says, if they're not on the list, they don't get considered. So it's really important to have a really long and robust list. And I think we've heard from our community, especially Mosgiel Peninsula bus infrastructure. I popped in Waterfront Bridge because that seems to have gone off our radar a little bit, but it's great to see all of those projects in there and to gain the understanding about the timings, which are often quite difficult. And I guess that everything will come back to our LTP when we have to consider all of those quite challenging capital budget decisions and weigh them all up. But it's good to start with a list.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, and so particularly speaking about the loop bus or tram, there's a significant development that council over historically has been enthusiastic about, and I think as the time is ripe to have such a thing in Dunedin based on the Melbourne model. And there has been some examples around the country, in particular Christchurch, which seemed to run really well until they had the earthquake, and Hamilton also ran quite well for about 10 years. So the whole point of that is to offer better alternatives to the car, because public transport is based on convenience and reliability, and by having an inner city loop tram that goes round in a consistent manner, then that will give people confidence in public transport again. And I think there has been a bit of erosion of confidence over decades in public transport, and the convenience of the car, of course, has been paramount. But with the difficulty of parking in the inner city, it's really important to offer an alternative that is actually better. So I think that having a loop tram negotiating the inner city will offer a more convenient and reliable method for people to get to work or to and from work. And I think, having spoken to many students about that and student representatives, they're very enthusiastic about that as well, because they'll be able to get from their end of town, from say the university library, as far as the exchange, and perhaps beyond that. And my expectation is that if it proves successful, then people will want to use it to go further afield to their own suburbs, and that would go a long way, as long as it's an electric vehicle, then that will go a long way to improving our vehicle kilometres travelled and a reduction in emissions. And also, one of the benefits of the use of public transport is that people walk a lot further as well, because they'll walk knowing that their vehicle will be there to take them back to where they came from. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Luke Wiley. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think it was ready for Councillor Lucas. But anyway, yeah, happy to support this, and I like the inclusion of the loop bus. I think the key for me was understanding that the alignment comes out of our 2024-34 10-year plan, and that the edits and changes can be made for the future of the city, and I think that's important. The list, it's important to have a list, but it's also being important to be able to adapt the list to meet the needs of our city going forward. And so one of the concerns I had, which thanks to staff was alleviated, was the fact that actually was this going to be our final list. I think because over the next few months we are going to see the list modified, edited, changed for the good of the future of the city.
Councillor Vandervis. Oh, Councillor Lucas, you know what I'm doing? I'm crossing it out and I'm one person ahead, so I won't touch my paper. Councillor Lucas.
And as Councillor Wiley said, I'm reassured that we have the ability to edit and change this, and I'm sure that we will when we come to debate the LTP next year. But I also find it, I think the public or the community in Mosgiltari will be very reassured to see how quickly that we have responded to the public meeting of last month to get the start, I guess, of a whole strategic I guess, planning into not only commuter but freight on the Mosgiltari. And I think well done for staff for quickly getting that into the plan, and they will take some heart. I know it's only the first step, and it doesn't mean to say it's going to get funded, but at least we've done the first step. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
To me, there's some fundamental issues that lie behind a lot of these transport list plans, and the Mayor has touched on them in mentioning the difficulty of parking in the city. He's mentioned that the loop bus is going to help in that regard, but that's also been the justification for $10 million of park and ride, $9 million of parking wayfinding, and yet, in my opinion, there are literally hundreds of car parks, and I've itemised them. You can see them in my blog for the several years back, actually, that just can be easily had at grade by someone walking around with a bucket of black paint and going over yellow lines and putting some new white lines. There are literally hundreds of car parks that we could have in the city on DCC land at almost minimal cost if there was a will. And it seems that amongst staff, and I'm afraid my colleagues as well, there's just no will there. It seems to me that in the absence of actually using the parking that we had in some cases, I'm thinking of Queen's Drive up near Ulverston, there were parks there that were used absolutely every day of the week constantly, and now there's just some no parking signs instead. But far more than that, there's a whole lot of parking potential in the city that hasn't been realised, and instead we want to spend $10 million on park and ride, we want to spend $9 million on parking wayfinding. The whole of the transport plan is predicated essentially on driving cars out of the centre of the city. In my view, this is all poorly budgeted money. It shouldn't be on our wish lists. And my experience of Waka Kotahi, New Zealand Transport Agency, doing proper cost-benefit analysis on their projects and ticking them off if they meet thresholds, my experience is that this has usually not been the case in the past. If you want to look at even Waka Kotahi, New Zealand Transport Agency projects that they have solely funded, and I'm thinking of the one-way street system, we never saw anything like a cost benefit for that. We continue to lose $500,000 a year every year in parking revenue with those big concrete islands that are now up and down our one-way street system. For an investment, a massive investment that remains significantly underused. So I can't vote for noting the transport program. I think it's fundamentally flawed. I think it's incredibly expensive, and I continually ask for cost-benefit analysis or studies that we just never see. So those would be my reasons for not voting for any of this.
Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a few things here that I find appealing. One is the fact that, as other speakers have said, that we're going to get a chance to go through this wish list once we know what funding we're going to get. And I think that's imperative, because when we get to the LTP decision-making time next year, we're going to have a real challenge on our hands, because Three Waters is obviously going to be a big part of that. We don't really know which direction that's going to go until the election, the national election. But one way or another, there's going to be huge increases in that area. And so we have to somehow balance things. Obviously funding from government in relation to transportation programs and activities is a huge advantage, but it still means we've got to pay half. And so I'm delighted that we're going to have the opportunity to prioritise that throughout the LTP process. The other thing that I'm really excited about is getting that loop bus into the whole discussion here, because as Councillor Vandervis alludes to, you know, there's just not enough parking and that cars are being driven out. Well, I'd like to look at this slightly differently and say, well, let's get the loop bus going. It's going to suit some people, it's going to suit them well. And the good thing about that is it's going to reduce congestion in the inner city for those who don't want to use the loop bus. So it's going to make it easier for those who still want to or have to use cars to be able to get in and get out, and potentially find parks a lot easier. So looking forward to that being implemented as well. And the other thing, of course, is just to make sure that we keep the completion of the peninsula from Portobello to Harrington Point on our radar. That is certainly something that I would support going forward. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank the Chair for bringing this motion to us. And it's not just a transport plan, it is far more than that. It is highlighting the fact that if we don't have projects in the regional land transport plan, we could miss out on government funding. And I believe in the past we have missed out because we weren't in. And I'm very appreciative of the Chair because he's part of the Regional Transport Committee. He's now working out the system of how the funding works. And it shouldn't be like that, but unfortunately, sometimes you need a PhD to work out exactly how to get funding from the government. But it's not always easy. But once you realise there's a system you've got to follow, if you're in that system, you're far more likely to get money. So, I've been an advocate, as others have as well, particularly this Chair of Infrastructure, around us advocating for more central government funding for our city. Other areas like Auckland, Wellington and Christchurch get it, and we should be getting it as well. And as others have raised, you know, if we put all of these things in now, it doesn't mean that we have to do them. It means they can be considered, and if they get the funding, that's huge, because it means we're halfway there. So this to me is a no-brainer. It has to be voted on, and I'll definitely be supporting this. And I'm delighted, obviously it was my motion, but I am delighted that the passenger rail, which was seconded by Councillor O'Malley, is in here and will be considered at a step further and along for regional funding. So, because I do think it's time to look at commuter rail. Thank you.
Any other speakers? I'll exercise. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to support this most definitely, but I do not think we should lose sight on that 75% of commuters in this city travel by car. And it's very important that we have to accommodate those people. We've had free buses, we have all sorts of initiatives. We're looking at loop buses and everything else, and I'm sure that going forward that will reduce some form of congestion around our city. However, the reduction of car parking within our inner city is of huge concern to me in a lot of the business district that's done within the CBD of the city. And we need to take the people for a ride. We need to get support. We're trying to do our best, and I feel that Waka Kotahi funding, quite simply, if it revolves around safety, we tend to get it. But that also, in turn, has a car cancelling culture attached to it. And it just worries me going forward that we try to get easy money instead of getting hard money. I'm all for safety. I'm all for people being able to cross the road safely. And I'm all for intersections and trying to make everybody as safe as possible. But I'm also aware that we need to keep this city moving. And it worries me that I feel we're going backwards in that regard. Our population simply has not increased. It's fairly stagnant, but our congestion is going through the roof. And going forward, looking for funding and making life easier in Dunedin, we need to look after the 75% of the public that choose to use vehicles in this city. Thank you.
Any more speakers? I'm also foreshadowing that we are never going to finish on time. So after this item, I'm going to put forward an agenda for 5 minutes for us to come back. In my right of reply, I'll just wait for the loop bus. I think it's good to see the MES proposal in there and the RLTP. It will then go through the next iteration, which is the costing, which will be a relevant thing for us to understand. At that point, we'll have to nail down an actual path for it to work in, the number of buses that will be operating in order to give a certain frequency, and all that will be put together into the case of basically will be an indicative business case. It is true, Councillor Van der Vis, fundamental issues of transport are in fact exactly what this plan is about. And I guess from my perspective, I hear people talking, Councillor Van der Vis and Councillor Weatherall noting the impact on cars that a lot of this design work is doing. Car ownership is going up at twice that of the population, and you can tell that just by looking at households. Households used to have one car, then they've got two, and now they've got one for every 16-year-old and older, and that has put an impact on our transport system. So a lot of the congestion that we're seeing is not, in my opinion, car cancelling, but in fact a system that is showing the symptoms of coming near to the point of overload. And a lot of the public transport initiatives that are being put in place are designed not just to give vehicle kilometre travelled reduction outputs, which is the CO2 carbon dioxide impact funding, but also to give us good peak demand response, rush hour. If you don't start moving people in large volumes we're going to start seeing the streets actually come to an almost stop in rush hour. We're starting to see our first signs of it. Now, obviously, it's exacerbated by all the work that's going on in the centre of town. So I think all of us need to take a little bit of a breath back and determine what we've done to transport planning. We really won't have a sense of until all those cones are pulled up and taken away. But it will be different, there's no doubt about that. And I am very conscious of the fact that we cannot ignore the car users at the moment as we go through this process. But if we just fund in one direction only, then we will never establish all the other components of the transport system, and I think we need to put them together. And I'm glad that everybody's really got the major thing here, which is there's a lot sitting in this plan that we're putting in that we are basically having to put in because we know that they could get funded in other places, but not necessarily in the NLTF, but they need to be sitting here. They also do constitute a series of interrelated activities that one complements the other. However, some sit with a higher level of impact, so they sit on a higher level of funding. But I would say all the way out to the bottom end of that funding cycle, there are projects that are worthy of funding. I know they won't be above the threshold. And a very good example of how close you can come to the threshold, in the last Regional Land Transport Plan, George Street got given a score that almost looked like it wouldn't get co-funding. To which I said, if it doesn't get co-funding, what happens? And the then South Island delivery manager said, well, I guess you'll have to figure out how you come up with the rest of the money. We did get funded, and then it carried through with the co-funding. And boy, you would really feel it if you tried to do a project without the co-funding. It would really hit the ratepayer hard. So we do have to sit into the system in order to protect the ratepayer's interest here on both delivery and cost-effective delivery. So with that, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And now I will move to adjourn for 5 minutes for us to have a little break. So I have a seconder for that, Councillor Barker, and we'll come back at 11:30. Seconder? Oh, seconder for Councillor Barker. All in favour? Just for a sec. This is going to run into 1 o'clock for sure, and we have a procedural issue that we have to open the Finance and CCO meeting at 1 o'clock. So I think the way it's going to do is, as if councillors, of course, are in control of whether we hit 1 o'clock. If we hit 1 o'clock, I will adjourn this meeting. Then you'll come up here and open the finance meeting, and then immediately adjourn it, and then we'll have our lunch, and then we'll come back. Cool. Just letting everybody know the dance, we're about to dance in an hour and a half's time. Okay, so I call the meeting back to order at 11:35. And we're now on to item 11, which is Shaping Future Dunedin Transport Program. And we have Ms. Benson, Mr. Sargent and Mr. Spears out front. Do you want to speak to your report at all?
I'm happy to take the report as read. Mr. Spears will take questions on Central City parking management.
Okay, and just for the purposes of efficiency, the report's broken down into 6 parts. Harbour Arterial, Princess Street, Central City, Central Cycle and Pedestrian, Mosgiel Park and Ride, and Central City bus hubs. Staff have just requested if we could have the questions around each one to start with before we go to the general ones, just so we're not going backwards and forwards on different projects. So do people have any questions to start with? Because that might obviate the whole thing. Mr. Mayor. And we'll just stick with whatever you start on. Yep.
Right, so starting with Princess Street bus priority and corridor safety lane, I see that there's some parking changes planned for down there, so I don't fully understand the rest of the changes for that Princess Street in particular, but the shifting of the bus stops looks a significant improvement to the efficiency. My question is, if we have a loop bus going around the inner city, will that make a difference to the quantity and frequency of large buses going along Princess Street, do you think? Or is that an ORC question for later?
I really don't know the answer to that. It would depend on how the bus was configured, what size buses you run, and what route they took, as to whether it would impact the Princess Street project or not.
Any other questions? So if we don't mind, we'll just try to stay on one, and then we'll start Princess Street bus priority still. Councillor Lucas, and then I'll catch you still. I'll just catch you. Yeah.
I'm just intrigued about the need for the corridor for the buses. I mean, from my observation, I don't see this huge queuing of buses and congestion and problems with the buses coming along Princess Street. So I'm just wondering where this has come from and whether there is actually this huge problem that's requiring a whole separate corridor for the buses.
I think it's important to read the whole title of the project. It's a bus priority and corridor safety plan. At the moment, we're going through the business case process, so we're investigating the information that's available. From that, we know that there are 26 buses an hour on that corridor in each direction. That's at the threshold when you start to require priority measures because bunch up. As to what those measures look like, that's what the project's working through at the moment, and that will impact things like parking, which are raised earlier. And that's the intention of the September and October touch point with the public, is to tell them what we heard them say a year ago, go back, this is where we are at with the project, can you give us some more feedback on where we are at now?
And then will that then come back to this committee?
And then the next stage on that is to inform the business case, and it can come to a committee or council or workshop at any time during that process. But we won't finish the process until we finish the business case, which is about December.
Following up for Councillor Lucas' question, we're not at that full bus frequency yet, are we? That's to come.
Actually, on that corridor now, there are about, depending where you are on the corridor, because different buses take routes in and out of that corridor. We are at about 26. We will be at 26 once the Mosgiel Express service comes on stream.
Councillor Houlihan, so is this still on? We're still staying on this before I leave this topic. Councillor Houlihan.
This is Princess Street, the issues. I know from experience as a parent, but also from numerous people talking to me about it. On the weekend, there's a huge push on that whole area along there near the Oval, because every man and his dog goes out there and the kids and some of the adults play sport, and they can't get a park anywhere. How will this impact on that? Will that improve things or make it worse?
Hopefully, when we touch base with the community in September, October, we'll have proposals which would hopefully make the situation better, but that will come as at a cost. So we'll ask the community and the council about it at that time. Yep.
And when you say you'll make the situation better, is that thinking that perhaps all the family with the kids in their sports gear will get on a bus and go into the sports event on a bus? Is that what you're proposing, or?
We will propose adding to the scope of the project to add parking spaces in the Oval Reserve on the part of the Oval that's not used. But as I say, that will come as a cost for a decision for council to make.
Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Quick question on, as a regular bus user coming in from Shield Hill and having to try and watch the drivers navigate the turn from Andersons Bay Road onto Princess Street. I note that on the map we've got a major intersection improvement. Can you just clarify roughly what that's going to be? Is it going to be traffic lights, roundabout, what sort of thing? Because at the moment it's hideous watching them, particularly at peak hour, trying to turn on there.
The Andy Bay Road intersection to Princess Street, I agree with you, it's a very difficult turn and buses do get delayed there. Concurrent with this, as I've reported to council before, ORC are working with rerouting all buses away from Andy Bay Road intersection, so the need to implement a large cost intersection upgrade there goes away to some extent. And part of the work we've been doing in the background is to identify, if we have a finite budget, where would we spend that first? And given that ORC will reroute the buses to avoid that intersection, we don't need to spend our dollar there first.
Councillor Van der Vis.
It concerns me that the bus priority is an anticipated threshold, and that we're not there yet, and we're only there on parts of the Princess Street route. But what concerns me much more is that all of these Princess Street bus priority and the other first 5 at least on this list of transport programs are all essentially in the budget, and I haven't seen a cost benefit set of information for any of them. They seem to me to be ideology driven. They seem to me to be not delivering any real benefits. Princess Street currently is one of the few streets that we have, especially towards the Oval,
Yeah, just want to get at a question there, Councillor.
Why is it that we are pushing ahead with a bus priority safety plan and spending money on it when we haven't seen a cost benefit set of information for it?
Again, I have to say we're working through the process, so as we go through the engagement and we finalise the scheme, we'll bring it all together in a business case that will be sent off to the agency for consideration. At the same time, obviously we'll get to look at it as well, and the BCR will, or the efficiency ratio, however you like to term it, will be in that business case. All of these projects are anticipated to have an efficiency ratio over 1.
Can I just clarify too, You don't get Wakakotahi funding without a BCR, which is the benefit cost ratio. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
That's correct, and I think we could bring back the BCR of those Shaping Future Dunedin transport projects that have been through that process. We could bring that back for the next infrastructure committee. For those that have got to that stage where we've got a BCR that is kind of at the end and not in the middle.
Yep, thanks.
Could we actually get to see the cost benefit information, because that's something that has very rarely showed up in my many years on council?
If you can extract it from Wakakotahi.
No, well, as I was just saying, as an example, all these projects are at different stages. We do intend to make all the business cases available. We have done that for the bike hubs, which is one of the business cases on the council website at the moment, and people are asking questions about it.
Any other questions? Councillor Wiley.
I note in reviewing the parking bylaw committee minutes and reports that there was quite a lot of consideration or feedback given from various stakeholders along Princess Street. And then I look at this project and I go, it seems to be at odds of what everybody is wanting through that area and how the bus is going to flow. Versus, you know, here we are looking at Princess Street as being quite a commercial area, a lot of parking being removed, and the fact of actually a lot of the sort of businesses that are going into that area that are pick up or short stop pick up type of thing. And I'm struggling with the balance on that and how that actually would move through with this program.
I can
just before you do answer, that is kind of what was covered in item 12. I mean, a lot of these changes were parking changes that come in item 12.
It's still taking in the. I'm looking at the whole Princess Street project and saying, are we getting the balance right?
Well, I think the issue would be that when you establish something like Shaping Future Dunedin Transport and you have activities that involve parking changes, then you put them through the parking change management, which is what the next item is. So can we capture it in the next item, or are you got a question around how that integrates?
How does it integrate?
Maybe that's the question.
I'm happy to answer that question or provide clarification. I think a lot of your comments may come from a position of not knowing what it is that we're proposing. So when we go out in September, October to the community, we'll be able to go, this is what you said to us a year ago, this is the work that we've been doing, and this is how we think it applies to the corridor. Whole-scale removal of parking is unlikely to be a feature of a bus priority proposal or a Princess Street project.
First off, I do understand the project, and I'm sorry, but I disagree that you think that I don't, and that's the way you refer to it. The key that I'm trying to get at is that when we look at the projects, and I'm still struggling with where the community are actually understanding what that total scope of the project is going to look like all the way through, and the types of businesses. So as Chair of Economic Development, we're trying to put energy into that area, and the type of businesses that are establishing in that area and growing that area need to be catered for at the same time. And I'm not going to debate the whole where the car park should be or anything like that,
because this is question time.
I know, exactly, and I've been chair of that committee, the bylaw working group. But the part being, what I'm struggling with is the lack of storytelling around this project and the lack of visuals for anybody in the community to understand what is taking place.
I would say our ambition is to do better in that area in the September-October period, so that we can present to you the thinking that we've done, what we think that means for the project, and therefore what it might look like visually.
Councillor Wiley will take that on board. As a visual thinker myself who has to close her eyes when thinking of maps, I understand what you're saying when it comes to looking at flat maps on a piece of paper, so we will take that feedback.
And is there going to be further opportunity for community, or is that community consultation now finished?
No, we will have to go through another stage of community consultation, a formal consultation, once we've got the preferred option, which will come after we've had the feedback on the project in September, October, by the end of the year, as I alluded to earlier.
Mr. Mayor. Yep, on to the next one, yep.
On to the next topic. And just I'll touch on the previous topic, just in follow up from that question. And I understand that it'll come to council, the Princess Street will come to council for a look at before it goes out again, you know, with the results. Yeah, which is what I took from what you said. My question is nice and quick. Item 20, or paragraph 20 on page 59, rollout of new parking meters, now takes credit cards and has improved user satisfaction. My question is, has that increased or decreased the income to DCC from that?
I'm not entirely sure at the moment, but it appears to be increasing revenue. The reason why we can't tell exactly is because there's a lot of disruption in the city at the moment with a lot of parking meters down. And also, when we remove the credit card fee, we probably disincentivise people to use the parking app because there's a top-up fee. So it'll take us a few months to sort of sort that out and see what the final balance is. But we think it's certainly increased meter usage for the meters that are out on the street at the moment. Yeah. And the dropping of the credit card fee has been well received.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you. Just under the Central City Parking Management, item number C, you've stated that you're extending the Central City paid parking areas and installing new meters. I guess you want to attend to a shortfall in parks we have around our city. Is there that been mapped out yet where those extensions will be?
We're creating some new parking zones just as we look at the city and the demand for parking, particularly on the fringe. But more broadly, when we bring the parking management policy, that will have metrics on when we should bring in parking and what sort of scope of the city the parking meters should apply to. So that'll come back as a strategic deliverable.
So in regards to parking zones, I presume these areas that you're intending to charge for are already car parks that people are, I presume, are parking for free?
Potentially, yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, another question about parking. I have three particular specific ideas about where we could have extend or enhance or multiply inner city parking areas. How would I feed those into this plan?
You could just contact us directly and we'll look at them, and so we can take suggestions now. We can build it into our consultation later.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. Two questions. One is following up from Councillor Weatherall in terms of extending the parking area. So those areas, I think you're currently asking submissions on down off Anzac Ave. I'm not sure whether that's Harrow or Leith extension. So is that part of the area that you're talking about, those kind of areas?
Yes. So at this hearings committee, or this ISCOM, we're proposing to put parking on Clark Street, which is adjacent to the new RSC building, because that's an area where we're finding there's more demand for parking and businesses are wanting more turnover of parking. The area in Harrow Street will be about 300 metres from the new hospital build, so it'll be an area that's quite desirable for parking. So we're getting a lot of feedback on that at the moment, so we're unlikely to make a decision quickly on that. We'll probably do some monitoring of the parking and then consider that carefully.
Thank you, because I mean, I guess I'm concerned about kind of doing, it's not the right word, ad hoc changes with that, you know, not in the overall parking strategy that is obviously going to be developed.
Yes, Harrow Street's an unusual area that has never been regulated for any kind of parking, so we've never actually placed any consideration on it, so we're just reviewing what that should be at the moment. So it may or may not be meters in the short term.
Thank you. And my other question is in relation to, I think it's number 22, or in terms of the Central City parking management, or number 19 with the parking guidance system. And it may have been come to council before I was on council, but I'm just thinking about what is the demand for having parking navigation system when all our, especially our parking buildings, are all in a relatively, within 1 to 2 blocks of each other. And it seems to me there's a lot of money in the budget for something that, I query whether there is a demand for that.
Yes, so the purpose of the wayfinding system is this, so as people are coming into the city, they can make decisions where they want to go in advance of turning up to a parking building and seeing it's full when they're having to go to another one. In terms of the cost for that, it may not be as high as some people are thinking. The signage is not necessarily prohibitively expensive, and we're already starting to look at some of the feeds for that through the Barrier Arm project. So I think when we get to a case of sort of advancing it a bit further, you might find the prices are not quite as high as you anticipate. We're also looking for synergies. So if a parking wayfinding system needs a gantry sign and the Harbour Arterial project needs a gantry sign, we try and save some money by not doubling up on those things.
Yeah, just to follow up on Councillor Lucas' question, because there is a pretty big budget item sitting in there right now. Does that include upgrades of parking buildings as well in that budget item, or is it just the wayfinding that's sitting there? Because it says a few million, as far as I remember.
It would include signage on the buildings. We are upgrading the barrier arms at Great King Street at the moment as a separate project. So it would be signage on buildings that were considered viable for wayfinding signage and some gantry signage.
And does it include car counting? Like, does it? Who's putting in the infrastructure to tell you how full the building is?
So, for example, we're looking at Great King Street at the moment that will have a license plate recognition car counting system in it, and we're specifying it has to be able to put an output out to a variable messaging sign. So that will come in that project. For other sites, such as St Andrew Street, well, we may have to spec it within the project, but it's not terribly expensive.
Yeah, I'm just saying, so that car number plate recognition stuff, is that budgeted in that budget item, or is it another budget item?
We have it covered in our budget, but as we look at operational decisions being made, we're trying to incorporate it into day-to-day spends.
Okay, because then basically it does make that number big. That's I think would be the feedback. Yeah. Okay. Any more questions? Good, then I'm happy to move that the committee notes the Shaping Future Dunedin Transport Program update. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mayhem. I'm just going to speak to it actually quite literally. This time will be briefly. These updates are actually important because they allow us, they bring the opening activities as they come through past the council, so the councillors are aware that they're coming, so that when we see things that we think might be flags that we want to have watched, we can bring them up before they come too late into the process. So I do want to thank staff for their candidness and their willingness to talk about these programs in these stages. I think it makes for good communication, and I think it makes for good delivery. Any else want to speak to this? Mr Mayor.
Yes, I did have a couple of other questions on further topics down, but it's perfectly all right. I'll just make a comment because the Albany Street connection has had a second round of public consultation. There was still a lot of discussion about that development and how that was going. So I was pleased to hear it didn't quite read like it, reading item 25. But how I spoke with Mr Drew, and that will be coming back to council for a good look at before it goes forward to construction. And similarly, George Bank Street will be coming to council for a look at once we've started the planned consultation on the layout options in this month. And likewise, the Central City lower speed zone. A report will be presented in August 23, which was my prime concern. So that's good to know.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I am supporting this paper, this item, in that it is for noting. But I do want to go back to the fact that actually I'm very frustrated with a lot of these projects, and Ms Benson touched on it as well, is the fact that a lot of these are just straight two-dimensional. You know, we see the imagery on the paper, we see the words around it, but it doesn't tell the story. And when you talk to people after the facts, and I've just been through with this with Knox Block, when you talk to the people that are affected, they look at, this was not what was on the paper we received. This was not what we were told was going to happen, but yet something totally different is delivered. And I think we need to really start telling the story a lot more clearly. And the Albany Street Connection Program, and I understand that is going to come back to council in a lot more detail. But when you look at what is in our council papers, it's actually, it doesn't tell a lot compared to what is in the Albany Connection concept on the DCC website. It tells a little bit more. And when you start putting these things all together, it tells a very different picture of what the effect is going to be. Yes, public transport's important. Yes, the bike and walking routes are important. But there also has to be a pathway for vehicles and mobility getting around the city. And I'm getting very frustrated, and I went through this with the George Street project right at the early days. We have to keep the city moving, we have to maintain flow, and we have to show that. And over the last 2 years, we've definitely not seen flow around the city. We're the city of road cones, and that is hugely frustrating for anybody trying to move through. And I'm consistently hearing from people saying, I'm just not coming into town. These projects do need to be done. But let's make sure that we actually get the community fully on board on how that is going to be done, what it's going to look like, and 3D model visuals. You know what? Video is actually a lot easier today than it was 5 years ago. We need to get with the program so any member of our community can see these images and understand what it would be like for them standing in Clyde Street, standing in Albany Street, and so, okay, this is what's going to happen. Because yesterday I did speak to a retailer in Knox Block, and to say he's frustrated is an understatement. Because what was supposed to happen and what's happened are two different things. It looks great, no problem. But we have to do better with working on the community and working with the community and actually showing people how this is going to work for them. But we seem to have this conquer and divide mentality at times with some of these projects. And if you think about if we went the Albany Street Connection program and we did the Princess Street bus program at the same time, what havoc that would cause around the city. So I support this for noting, but let's start telling our stories a lot more effectively, please.
Any more speakers? Okay, I'll just quickly get my right of reply. I hear what I think I hear what you're saying, Councillor Weil. I can't presume to necessarily hear it, but I think the fact is that if you look at a lot of the disruption in town right now, it's due largely to the construction. And to judge the output of the traffic planning and the design to the construction phase right now, I think would be premature. So I think we need to let the dust land on that. And it actually is the reason that we're not doing Princess Street at the same time, because it's a big enough hit on the city, both in our ability to deliver and on the impacts of the transport system while you're doing all this work. But you know, when you go down 4 metres to dig up the big stormwater lines, you are going to basically make that street unusable during that period of time. And this is a once a generation 3 water spend, which is having the amenity stuff spent on top of it. So it has, well, the point is you can't judge whether it's worked or not while it's still under the construction phase. I take your point on whether or not design has changed since last people see it when we get into the final design phase, and that appears to have been an acknowledgement, in fact, from the council that there was a design change that a lot of people didn't see as the final design got executed. That is the balance then between giving the staff the freedom to do the integrated transport planning they have to do with their design and coming back to the community and checking on it. And it probably is worthy of analysis to check. I don't think this meeting is the place to discuss it, but I think it is worthy of coming out of this room and discussing among ourselves and with the staff and with those affected whether or not we were effective there. But on the other side of it, staff have to have a certain amount of freedom to be able to design. They can't be it's difficult to come back and design something as complex as you're trying to fit, like let's just say Albany Street coming up here now. We're trying to fit substantially more buses in there, trying to fit a cycleway in there, we're trying to fit pedestrian safety in there and keep cars moving down that road. In the past, it was cars go down that road and everybody else figures out what to do with it. So there's a change of status, and with that comes a change of expectations. We vote on the willingness to go and change those statuses on those streets and the mixing of it. I think once we've agreed to that, then we have to give the staff a certain level of attitude, and that will cause tension because there will be things that come from the staff design that we may not necessarily agree with. But if we go in there and insist that we have the final say on every piece of engineering work that goes out, then we are getting very operational. So we will have to figure out that gap. I do agree, when there is a disappointment coming back from the public about consultation, we need to check that carefully as to make sure we have consulted correctly or not. But on the other side, we have to also give the staff an ability to perform their function, which will result in them making decisions that are the final decision that we finally go in and start working in on. And I think that will be probably a constant tension in the system throughout the, thank you very much for the word out left, tension in the system throughout this whole process. So with that, I will put it. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Now at 12:05, we'll move on to item 12. It's the one I've been looking forward to all day. Proposed parking changes attachments are in the separate pages 223 to 225, and it's on page 69 of your agenda. And we have me speaking to it, that's right, lucky old me. And staff and support. So basically, this item is the outcome of the public consultation process that was carried out by Councillor Mayhem and Lucas and myself as the committee members on the staff reporting for parking changes across the whole of the city. It comes out of a legislative change that occurred about 4 years ago where a consultation process now must be attached to every parking change in the city. Didn't do a full tally of it, but I think there were well over 300 changes in this particular set of changes we looked at. Probably most notable were changes in Princess Street and in the Knox block of George Street in terms of the level of feedback we got on the consultation. I would say that, and to that extent, we actually took the meeting to an adjournment to consider some of the Knox blocks changes, asked staff to give us more information, re-adjourn the committee and spend well over an hour and a half, I think, on the very considerations of the fine points of the Knox block, and then we came back with our recommendations, which is what we have in front of you here. So, are there any questions of staff or the committee? Councillor Wiley.
Noting that the committee did break and to get more information, and I also note that there is a review process underway at the moment of what is happening coming down Pitt Street, London Street, and into the Knox block. How long is that process going to take, or is it planning? Is it going to be like a 30-day, 60-day review? And if so, what findings have been found so far?
I think the minutes are in. It comes back to the December meeting.
I realise that. What I'm asking is, has staff already undertaken some work in reviewing that area? And if so, what have they found? And also, how long are they going to study it for? Is it like...
Yep. Yeah, the staff are indicating they were asked to that.
So, Councillor, we have given the undertaken to monitor that situation, and I think if my memory serves me correctly, we were to come back to the November ISCOM or equivalent committee reporting those findings of that that monitoring we agreed to do.
Has any monitoring been taken so far, and if so, what findings have come from it?
I think the thing is, if you're going to do a full report, you can't do an interim report in a public environment. So I think the first part of the question, I'd be happy for them to answer. I don't want them to answer the second part because you can't do a conclusion if you haven't got your full data set.
I totally understand that, but I'm wanting to know that has it already begun, is what I'm wanting to...
I think that's legit.
It's definitely a work in progress.
To council-wise question, there are cameras that are able to see the bus stop in question, and I assume there is some mechanism of analysing that, and has that analysis, or at least the collection of that data started?
I think that's the key point is staff are just trying to work out the best way to collect that data. So there are data sets at ORC we can use around patronage, people hopping on and off, how many buses show up at what frequency, how we monitor the traffic efficiency, blocking of intersections. Staff are working through those plan now, so we have a robust set of data to provide back to the hearings.
And then what period of analysis will it be like a 2-week, a 3-week, 4-week, 1 day?
Basically, we've allowed, or the Knox block is open, allowing it to settle down. Then sometime during September and October, we'll start to collect the 3 pieces of information that the hearings committee asked us to do, and then we'll analyse that and then report back to the committee. But it will be a collection over a period of time, but not days, it will be weeks.
Excellent, so that's answered. So the duration will be weeks. You're waiting for the Knox blocks to settle down so you get a sense of what those changes are. Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you for that answer. And taking into consideration, obviously, the increase in the bus stop space that's been created on Knox block, what I'm also understanding is that the pre-construction work, really the bus route used to come out of the bus hub, St Andrew Street down George Street, was the original route. Now with the change of George Street and the construction and the one-waying, that bus is now coming down Great King Street out of the bus hub, turning left at Frederick and then turning right into George Street and going the Knox block. A large number of the people that used to get on and off at Knox block are now getting on and off at Great King Street. Is that data going to be collected as well, comparing the bus stops and the effect? Because the feeling that I'm getting is the data that was used to build Knox block and the bus stops was based on the original flow of the bus route, not the new flow, because most of the people that got on and off, I'm getting to my question, got on and off at Knox block actually were hospital people or physio school or dental school that are now using the Great King Street. So Great King Street bus stop. So is that data going to be collected as well, or are you just only going to focus on the Knox Street, George Street Knox block bus stops?
Before staff answer, they can answer. I'd like them to answer that, but before they do answer, the committee did ask about the relative bus stops either side, and also not just the number of people, but it's also the actual number of buses leaving the depot at the same time, because the issue for the double bus stop is that if 4 buses leave the depot at the same time, there will not be enough parking space for them to pull in, and that's why we're doing the monitoring of the bus stop itself. I think the staff will be able to answer yes, which is the B card should be able to give on and offs for all the bus stops on the route.
Yes, the B card will give on and offs for all bus stops on the route. The hearings committee asked us to gain further information about the ultimate origins and destinations of the people using those bus stops. And we will do that via questionnaire, and we'll work with ORC to start to form that questionnaire so that we can form a complete picture. And instead of just collecting information at the Knox bus stops, we will do it for Knox, Great King and Princes Street at the same time. So we have a complete set of data for use in all of our projects and not just in relation to the Knox block.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Sargent, one more question, and that is regard to the design of bus stops. And having chaired this committee previously, this bylaw committee previously, I had consistently heard from bus drivers that they did not like bus stops being having crossings in front of bus stops. But yet I note the design and what's been implemented in the Knox block is you've got the crossing in front of the two bus stops. Has there been any feedback from the bus drivers around that crossing design and bus stop design?
Actually, there was feedback at the hearing. Wasn't so much on that one and the pedestrian crossing, but general favour to the shape of the double bus stops. And then in the hearing, staff came back and pointed to the design constraints of trying to fit in a crossing, dealing with the two curb cuts out of Knox Church, and trying to fit the double bus in, and you couldn't achieve perfection, I guess would be the thing. And it's true that Peter Dowden and the union that he represents has made a statement about that bus stop. I think that staff doesn't need to answer that anymore. Mr. Mayor.
So looking at these parking changes, the Albany Street connection projects with the loss of 24 parks, that's coming back to council again, presumably. And similarly, the retail quarter upgrade, as Councillor Wiley's asked, that's also coming back to council, I believe. But I'm curious about the creative quarter. There's I'm looking to see where that was and what happened there. There's quite a lot of car parks being lost from that area, which I'm sorry, I'm probably not reading the papers sufficiently well, but I don't see where they were from. Can you answer that?
You'd have to go to the
15 parks out of the creative quarter.
Does anybody want to comment on those 15 parks?
Because there's no heading in the paper for that. And I've sort of scrolled up and down through the substantive paper, or 357 pages, but I haven't seen it.
Can we just have the staff clarify that minus 15 from the creative?
It's quite
just find it where it is in the...
Yes, it's quite a significant number of parks.
Yeah, so I just got to find out.
It's hard. It might keep crashing.
I don't know which one creative quarter was.
I have just a clarification for you. The numbers in relation to the quarter is in relation to the regulation changes for the Princess Street bus stops which went through, which are part of the papers you have before you. So it's the pluses and minuses around the bus stop changes that were consulted on Princess Street. So both the exchange and the next block down. Yeah.
You need the microphone for the purpose of the video.
Well, my reading of it was that mostly the bus stops were moving and converging together. Two were combining together in the same block, but obviously there's some that have been taken away. So that's 15 a net loss of 15 along Princess Street. Is that right?
In that quarter, it's not only Princess Street.
In my understanding, it's about creating the best practice bus stops, so with the entry and exit tapers and doubling them up because they're being consolidated. So that impacts on car parking to provide the best practice bus stop for bus users.
I mean, would it be fair as a question of staff just to get an assessment? An entry taper usually takes out at least one car park.
It's usually 15 metres, so it takes out up to 3.
Yeah, so up to 3 if it's a good entry taper. So as we're building these bus stops with the exit and entry tapers, they do consume up car parks in the process with broken yellow lines.
So having said that, will there be any camera monitoring of the Princess Street car parks? Because I drive along there most days, and I do often see sometimes two buses, but certainly one bus pulling in to a single park, which is quite tight for it. So I can understand having two parks is helpful, but it's rare to see two buses wanting to pull into the same park. So in other words, I can understand having two parks, but if you've got two parks, do you need a taper at both ends as well?
We do for the second bus.
It's that conundrum with infrastructure we are designing for peak demand. So the times that the double bus stops are really required and requested by the bus drivers is at peak demands where the buses are trying to manage the network with all the other traffic. It kind of creates stacking, then you get buses stacking. During the middle of the day, there is less need for that infrastructure.
Great. Well, I noticed that in some parts of town there is timing on parking, like clearways down Stewart Street, for instance, between certain hours, and parking availability in some other places between certain hours. What about, has the possibility of bus stops being able to be used for car parking outside of peak hours? Has that ever been considered? Because just as you say, the buses need them before and after work, but the cars need them through the middle of the day for shopping.
The analysis was that in fact there are car parks in the Prentice Street area after these car parks have been removed. And I guess you can't put a car park, you actually can't put a car park in a bus stop on a temporary, because you've actually taken out the taper of the other bus stop in the process. And those lines and beforehand are broken yellow lines, which I don't think you've got a capacity to make a broken yellow line temporary.
Well, I'm referring to the double bus stops in particular. Because if there's only, you only need one bus stop in non-peak times, you'd still have a bus stop, but you won't need the space of two.
Well, I think
just asking if that's been
the
considered.
senior manager of infrastructure might have
Yes.
gone a little bit further into his design process. It's not necessarily whether there's a peak demand on the buses are still leaving the depot usually in a bulked group as well. So they often will need the doubles just because they're coming out of the way. And that was a question that was raised by the committee is, does the ORC need to run the bus hub the way it is doing it? Well, until they change running the bus hub the way they do it, 4 or 5 buses with this common route will come out of the bus hub at the same time. And therefore they will end up hitting Princess Street or George Street, depending whether they're heading north or south, in basically small convoys. Now, in the middle of the day, they may not be particularly full, but they'll still be sitting there in that convoy shape. And the bottom line is that design change you're bringing about is considered to be not able to be delivered and deliver safety at the same time, I guess. Yep, it's unusual for me to be the answer, but...
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So just to clarify, looking through this paper, and I may have seen it and missed it, I don't know, but the left-hand turn into Knox from Pitt, is that gone still, or is that now being reinstated? Where are we at with that, please?
So this is parking, and
right.
it did come up,
yes.
but it wasn't, it's outside.
So outside this paper,
the focus
is it?
of this
Okay.
group. But
all right.
the actual effect on the left-hand turn definitely became public. And
yes.
to my knowledge is now the no left-hand turn sign is gone. I think, correct.
So we can now turn into from the left-hand side?
Actually, you may, but if you're a long vehicle, you can't. That's basically what's been the compromise. So the build-out's there for safety protection. The left-hand turn has been allowed now. Transport is looking at the safety implications of allowing cars to turn left there. But it won't. It's designed in such a way that a truck still couldn't turn left there.
Okay, and another question. I mean, this may have been considered, but if we had a loop bus, that might solve some of these problems, would it not? If it was just going up and down, we wouldn't need then to have 2 bus stops, would we?
Well, these parking changes are done on a quarter now, or at least on the 6 months, right? On the quarter. So the whole point is that all parking changes are dynamic.
Right.
So if we had a change in the traffic patterns that required a different parking layout, then you could go back and revisit it at that time.
I see. My follow-up question to that is, another solution could be, I'm just wondering if they've considered this, is if ORC had more regular buses, then surely, like, say if the bus was coming every, 15, 20 minutes, surely then you don't need double bus stops, because I can,
That's exactly what the committee actually raised that with the ORC.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
bottom line is, again, this is a playoff. So if you look at Opaho, Normanby and Pine Hill buses, they run on 15, most of them run on 15-minute schedules, so they could be running down George Street every 5 minutes.
Yes.
Or a convoy of 3 every 15, which is what they're doing right now.
Right.
The argument on the ORC level is that when you get to the bus hub, they want your bus that you're going to transfer to, if you're doing a transfer, to also be at the bus hub at the same time. So their emphasis is on the transfer. I think it's the balance between whether that's more important or whether, in fact, staggering the buses would give you a better outcome.
Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
You've pointed out earlier, Chair, that there's a lot more cars around these days, and that families that used to have one car then had 2, and now they've got often 1 for each of the kids as well. And having had 8 kids myself, I know exactly what you're talking about. But given that we have that many more cars and that many more people wanting to use cars, why is it that we're looking here at a proposed set of parking changes, a lot of which are already retrospective, and not recognising the public's wish to use more cars? I mean, it appears to me to simply be an ideological Hawkins Council hangover, where in a situation where more people want to use more cars, we keep cutting back on car parking. And why is this called proposed parking changes, when in fact most of them have, well, many of them have basically already happened?
It's called proposed because it requires by law for us to pass it at this meeting. It was a public consultation process. So if the public were that upset, then I think we would have heard from them more. And in the areas where there was strong public concern, we adjourned the meeting, got more information, and came back and asked for more information. And to be assured that our decision was an appropriate one, we've asked for it to be analysed afterwards to make sure it was. So I would say that if indeed there is a true social disregard for what is going on here, then we should start seeing it at the public consultation process, because this was a public consultation process that is at the end of its completion, and this is the formal component of it, which is why they're called proposed until we agree with it. Now, in the old days, these used to just be done by staff. Actually, there wasn't a public consultation component with most of this.
I don't share your faith in the public consultation process. A lot of the consultation that I undertake as a city councillor runs completely contrary. But I just accept your answer and accept that perhaps the process has been followed. I don't believe it's giving us a good result. And to call this proposed parking changes, I think bends what is essentially a retrospective stamp as I see it.
Very good. Any more questions? Councillor Wiley.
Just a question about a comment that you made. You, Chair.
Yeah, you're on.
Talked about.
Maybe you're not. Nobody's home.
You talked about the Knox block and Pitt Street not being a parking change, and that it was a traffic change.
The left-hand turn, yes.
Yeah, left-hand turn. But yet wasn't that created so that 3 additional parks that were removed off George Street and the Knox block were added to Pitt Street, so the left turn lane that would previously been there was taken away.
So if someone had come to us and said that these 3 parks need to be taken out in order to left-hand turn, but that didn't come up in the consultation? So I know that you're trying to get to a point, and you may be saying that my interpretation is too narrow, but you have to have a point at which any committee's legal ability to be able to reference something is defined, the scope. And effectively, this was a parking scope event. And yes, there is a left-hand turn on Knox Street, which is near all the parking. I also think that's been addressed. I mean, I think that the staff have addressed the feedback from that, even though it wasn't part of the committee. I don't know, what do you think? I mean, at the moment, no left-hand turn sign has been removed, and light traffic is allowed to move left again.
Can I make comment to that, or do I have to ask a question?
In order to get through this fast, I'll let you make comment, and then if we're near the end of questions, then we'll get to speeches.
Well, I think the key thing was, and this is where I want the questions come from, is 3 additional car parks were created at the bottom of Pitt Street that then removed the left turn lane that had previously been there. There used to be a straight ahead lane and a left turn lane prior to the construction work. The left turn lane was removed, 3 car parks added, so there's only 1 lane left, which is now a straight ahead or turned left, all coming out of the 1 lane. Hence the traffic is building up, and there's actually the difficulty of making that left-hand turn. So the part that I'm saying is that actually in the drive to increase parking in the bottom of Pitt Street, we actually have increased traffic congestion. Would that be a fair assumption?
That assumption is being tested right now. That's the whole point of looking at the data sets we're looking at, and that is why the committee has agreed that if the data sets come back and indicate that those decisions were wrong, they'll be reassessed in December. If it comes back and shows that that intersection is performing functionally fine and that cars are able to park, then the committee will have another set of data to decide. But at the moment, it would be inappropriate to make a decision until you've made the measurement. Cool. Any more questions? Excellent. Then I shall put it. Can we just have the... Yes, that's it. I put that the committee adopts the proposed changes to parking restrictions shown in the July 2023 update of the Dunedin City Council's Traffic and Planning Restrictions database found on that link. Notes that the hearing committee has considered feedback from consultation on the proposed changes to parking restrictions, and note that all parking restrictions previously approved by council remain unchanged. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mayhem. I'm just going to quickly speak to it to say, because of the way the law has changed, and this is now the function of which councils have to perform and go through a public consultation on all parking changes in the city, these omnibus items are huge. There were a couple of 100 car parking changes in this, and I would actually say that it's a fairly good indicator that the extent to which the planning was, in my opinion, well put together, that there was actually just a minimum number of responses to this parking. And I would like to thank my 2 committee members who worked with me on these hearings. I feel that the committee worked hard to listen to all the inputs that were coming from the community, balance them up, and come out with what I think is as best an outcome as you can when you're always trying to deliver something to a city with multiple views and what is good and what is bad. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this. And sorry to say this, Chair, but no offence, but I think some of these changes in here are a kick in the guts to the businesses, particularly in Knox Street. And the reason I say that is that, like many of the other businesses in our city, they've had months of disruption to their business that hits their financial line, and they're struggling, many of them. Like any business at this time, it's tough for people, and this is just making it harder. And to see parks go when we get to the end of it and they think, oh, that's going to give us opportunity to get more shoppers in, make it easier to access their shops, and they see that being taken away in front of them and they're really upset about it. I can understand that, and I can understand why they're upset, and that's why I won't be supporting this.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I found this quite challenging to be on this hearing because it was so big an omnibus hearing, and I think there hadn't been one for a year, so we had a huge number of changes. And I personally went through every single one, and some of them I drove round. And I think councillors should be reassured that all of the questions and concerns that have been raised here today were raised at the hearing. And we definitely talked about the concerns of the businesses, in particular at Knox Row, and I was very challenged with the number of car parks that have been reduced, not just in that Knox block, but across the city. Some I've been reassured by staff that we should get some back when the Albany Street Connection project comes back in total, so some of those changes to bus stops and things, we should get some back. But I was very concerned about the loss of parking, and I was very challenged by the fact that in Knox Road that the curb and channeling had already been poured and effectively the staff had already made the decisions regarding the parking, and we were left with very little room to manoeuvre, and that's why we asked for those parks to be reviewed and to come back to the committee in December, because I know I personally was not happy with the situation that we were in, that we had to effectively approve the changes. Otherwise, we were going to be looking at more costs if we decided on something different. So it was hard, and we debated hard, and I think as you said, Councillor O'Malley, earlier on, any parking decision is effectively only temporary. It can come back again. So in some ways, I was reassured by that. But yes, it was not an easy. Some of these were very hard decisions to make. But we definitely debated and asked the same questions that have been asked around here today.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I will be supporting this this motion to adopt the changes. I do take my hat off for the work that Councillor O'Malley, Lucas and Mayhem did in hearing this and going through this process. It is not an easy process, and I know that from having chaired it last term. There are always going to be winners and losers. There's always going to be people that love you for putting more paint on the road and changing what they've been doing for the last how many years. And there's others who are going to go, oh, thank goodness that's been changed for the betterment. And for example, you can look at Newington Road as a classic example of where actually I think removing some of that parking opportunity there is going to improve the flow of traffic up and down Newington Road. It's not just around one or two issues around the city. And that's why I'll support this process and the committee, because it is a big job. There's a lot of reading and a lot of understanding, and Councillor Lucas is right, you actually do end up driving around looking at all these issues, trying to get an understanding of them. Do I agree with them? No. Don't agree with them all, but most of them I think is great. But that's not going to stop me from supporting the work that the councillors have done. The key thing, though, I think and I do have to commend Councillor O'Malley for the process that he undertook in actually taking a break during the meeting, trying to get more information, and then coming back, and then also actually looking for the updates to see what changes need to be made. Because I think that was really good leadership and chairing of that meeting, because those things need to be done. And I raised my issues that I've had, and some of my issues have also been shared within the ODT in previous couple of months. But the key thing being is, again, it goes back to what I talked about earlier, is actually telling our story far better, using 3D modelling. Let's get this information out so it's easy for anybody to understand and to see what our city's going to look like and how it's going to flow. So well done to the panel. Yes, and I can imagine, I've already got one person texting me while this meeting's going on about parking changes that were affected and issues around that. But the other aspect being is the process was done, the committee did a good job, so thank you for doing it.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry, but I don't agree with these parking changes. In addition to the 73 signalled in the first part of the paper, it looks like there's another 20 in the retail quarter and enabling works, and another 24 in Albany Street. So a total of nearly 120. It's quite a lot of change, and one of the things that I've noticed where we've had double parks, throughout the city, double bus parks of recent years, I've never yet seen two buses on them. And maybe that happens every now and then, but typically coming down George Street, for instance, or Princess Street, the buses aren't so often close together, so you can usually have one on one bus and one on one stop and one on the other. And whilst they all may need to get to the bus hub at a similar time, that can be arranged as they get closer. And so the upshot of some of these changes will be that there will be empty space on the side of the road, outside shops and outside places of business for large periods of time. And I think that we see that ever increasingly around the city, and I think it would be better if we made provision for those various spaces that are empty for large parts of the day, able to be used, for people who want to park for a brief period of time to go and do some shopping, because it is inhibiting business for those shopkeepers and businesses that are in those places. And of course, the people in Knox Block are very worried, and I have heard of people who have terminated their leases accordingly. So, but remains to be seen how that all transpires, how that works out in the fullness of time, because they're going to have to deal with what they've got. But I'm not prepared to adopt these changes at this stage. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item is referred to as proposed parking changes, and it disappoints me that it reads that instead of proposed parking solutions. Once again, we're getting more lost car parks to this city, and I find it totally unacceptable. We should be looking for solutions, not reducing or removing car parking options. That basically just, to me, means a mode shift by stealth, that people can't possibly come to the city in their vehicles and do business. I continually hear from people living east and south of, west and south of this city, who used to come to Dunedin to shop at least once a month. Now I hear more and more of them saying that they are driving to Queenstown and Invercargill to do their shopping. They simply find it too hard to park. And I don't see solutions in this item. There's no real solutions. All it is reductions. And it continually frustrates me that we are really upsetting 75% of our population who are wanting to drive and park. It is not acceptable to me, so I definitely not support this motion. And I really think that this report is more about facilitating larger bus stops for underutilised buses. And I'm all for public transport. I'm going to Sydney at the end of the week, and I won't dream about driving a car around Sydney in the CBD, but they have the population of New Zealand. We have a great city in Dunedin with 130,000 people, which I sincerely think that our infrastructure can handle that amount of traffic. But this council seems to be hell-bent on thinking that we can't, that we're a big city, and our decisions are giving our small city big city problems. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I was just looking at the statistics which show that bus usage is growing a lot. The ORC gave us some of those statistics a little while ago, but unfortunately I couldn't find them quickly enough. I support this process, and I thank the Hearings Committee for their work on it. I know it's really, really difficult. When there's 300 or so changes, that makes it extremely hard, and I especially commend Councillor Lucas for driving around and looking at them. There's nothing like seeing it to understand. And we are trying in these ways, when we're doing these changes, to accommodate everyone. I know there's a huge amount of people, but when people get out of cars, they're also pedestrians. They might also use a scooter, or they might be disabled. They might want to take a taxi. So what we're trying to do here is to balance everyone's needs in the city, and it is complicated and it is difficult, and there are hard decisions to make. I totally support the businesses that are in George Street. We've put a huge amount of amenities in, and I note that on page 347 around the Knox block is that there was the Central City Advisory Group, then following pre-construction workshops for businesses and building owners on the Knox block. They raised the loss of parking as a concern. In response, a substantial redesign was undertaken. It reduced the number of outdoor spaces for cafes and pedestrians and deleted a bus stop. the return parking numbers on the eastern side to within 2 spaces of what existed previously. Then there was more feedback. In response to this feedback, further outdoor space was removed and 3 more car parks added to Piss Street. So there was a whole lot of work done with the Knox Row businesses, and I know that we're never going to make everybody happy, because this is really hard stuff, but we are a growing city. I think on average we've been growing about 1,000 people every year up to 2020, and now it's 34,000. So there are a lot of people in this city that we need to keep happy. Including my mother, who also wants to do these pay. So I guess when we look at what we had come along yesterday was the ROS survey, and we had from a year ago, we had up 10% satisfaction with facilities, infrastructure and services, and up 11% planning and urban design. So we are making progress with how people feel about their city. Parking is always going to be challenging. We had in our previous report about that we're going to put together a parking management plan as well, and somehow we do have to juggle everybody's needs in the city. And we also did make a commitment to carbon zero, so we are going to be having to look at about how to do that as well, and try and get people on buses, walking, cycling, etc. And that's not about taking parks away from people, because people like my mum need a park. We need to provide parking for everyone. This is hard, and again I commend the group and I support the motion.
Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too was on this particular hearings committee many years ago, and before the committee even met, I was told by another councillor who had been on the committee before that this is a hiding to nothing. And I recall this particular committee being set up, and I said across the table to Councillor O'Malley, "You're on a hiding to nothing," and he just grinned, and I think he knew that. And that is the reality. This type of hearings committee, nobody goes into this with the view of, great, let's get rid of parks. Let's make life difficult for people. You don't. You go in there to listen to what the challenges are, and to follow a process which is fundamentally about safety and about moving people, vehicles, buses, of course, through the city in the most pragmatic way. The reason a committee like this has got 3 people on it is because imagine trying to deal with this with 15. You'd be doing it for years. It is a really, really hard task, and I think the committee has done a fantastic job. I do not like seeing parks being removed. I think parking is definitely one of the most difficult things for the city, and in particular, with everybody having their own opinion on how much parking we've got and how difficult it is to get. For some reason, I must just be fluky, because most of the time I go looking for a park somewhere, I normally get one. But again, that's just potluck. But look, well done to the committee. I'm going to be supporting this because I know what it's like to be going through a particular process like this, when at the end of the day you really don't have a heck of a lot of choice. You have to make the call, and let's face it, there were 3 people on the committee. You obviously need everybody to agree pretty much on the changes that you're going to propose back to council. And I think as a councillor who wasn't on this, I have to have faith in the professionalism and the choices that and the recommendations that the committee has brought forward. Thank you.
Ms. Matahari Atariki.
Kia ora. I just wanted to offer my support to the resolution that's up there, but also to the committee that actually had to do this. I just think that one of the things that we have to do, and as a business owner that had to fork up with 100 car parks, I do feel for people, but we really need to be making decisions, not just for ourselves and for our own businesses. The decisions need to be made about what's in the future there for people. We know the future possibly won't be using cars all the time. I keep hearing this thing, 75% people drive. I've lived in Dunedin most of my life. I never drive around Dunedin. I don't catch buses. I jump in someone else's car. But I do think that these are difficult things because they affect people personally. That's usually with a group that will be very vocal, and I do understand I have the privilege that you guys don't have because I'm not an elected representative here. But I do call on people to make decisions based on the future, not on simply the now, because otherwise we sound like privileged little babies down here. You look at Lambton Quay. How many buses, you know, how do we know we're going? People up there aren't saying we can't get to a shop because there's no car parks. So I just think that we have to take this all in a much broader context, and that's why I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. It's interesting that Councillor Ackland used the phrase hiding to nothing, because that is quite literally the very first thing that I've written on my notes here, because it was the only thing that was rattling through my head. And so I again, like others, have to commend the committee for the work they've done, knowing full well that they were going in not able to please everybody. As I mentioned earlier, I am a regular bus user, and there are many times where I'm pulling in 2, sometimes even 3 buses trying to squeeze onto the same bus stop, sometimes right next to an intersection. Sometimes it's because of trying to get it on from Anderson's Bay Road onto Princess Street. Sometimes it's because of the inconsistency of people sometimes wanting to get on previous stops and slowing a bus down, sometimes not, so buses catch up. It's the annoyance of dealing with people who actually won't conform to a ritual that we would want to impose upon them. But I like the idea of being able to use space all the time, as the Mayor has pointed out. However, we can't, because we need it there for when it is available for those 2-3 buses trying to squeeze in. And Councillor Weatherall was talking about people driving through to Queenstown to do their shopping. If they're driving for hours to get to Queenstown, through the gorges, through whatever traffic there is, following camper vans and caravans and all that sort of stuff to do their shopping, there is far more at stake, I would have said, or far more involved than simply not being able to find a park. The idea that the committee, as far as I'm concerned, the best way to make a decision is you make the best decision with the best information you have at hand. So to hear that the committee adjourned to make sure they had the best information at hand is reassuring as well. Is it perfect? No. Is there a perfect, is my question. And I would again say is there a perfect plan? No, there isn't. So as my favourite saying at the moment, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. This is good. This will work. And I have owned a business on George Street. Granted, that was a while ago, and granted, it was a food premises. 98% of my business came from people walking past, not driving past. I didn't have a car park out the front, so it didn't actually affect me. So the only people that were coming into my store were those that had to walk past it. And I tend to be that sort of person as well. I walk past a shop rather than, if I don't find a park immediately out front, not going in. So I too will be supporting this and thank the committee for all their work.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. There's not much that hasn't already been said, but these decisions were made around the future of the city and trying to please everyone. As you know, I always advocate for accessibility for all of our residents, and there are people that do not own cars and there are people that do use buses, and one of the reasons for the double bus on Knox Row is because although we don't have the stats yet on who's getting off on Great King Street, which we know are those hospital workers and things, there is a perception that there is a slight gradient if you were to walk up from Great King Street to George Street. And for some people, that distance, while it might only be several hundred metres, is too far for people with mobility issues. And we want those buses going through because they are shoppers who are going to the retailers. And our chair did make the clever decision to adjourn while we explored that further, because we do support the retailers, we do want shoppers to those places, and we do need buses for those people that can't afford other modes of transport. Thank you.
Councillor Van der Vis.
My heart goes out to the members of the committee being put in basically in a position between a rock and a hard place and having to make decisions essentially that are retrospective. So, yes, thanks to the committee, but why is it that we're in a position where this committee is in the position of having to make retrospective decisions? It's because staff have gone ahead and done things in advance. Why is it that we have such serious bus issues? And we've always had bus issues. And the bus issues haven't just been the bus parks, it's been bus waiting areas. The fundamental issue there is, quite frankly, the lack of a unitary council. When you've got one outfit running the actual buses and another outfit deciding, you know, how those buses are going to be able to get into their bus areas or not, you've invariably got a fundamental problem there. And our failure for many years now to address the fundamental issue of the split that we have in transportation and a split that we have in a number of other areas, a split with our harbour side, all comes down to the fact that we haven't addressed the issue of a unitary council. We also have, compounding everything with these big fundamental issues, the impractical ideology that we have seen prevalent, especially in the last Hawkins Council. This idea that you can save the planet and you can stop the planet from burning up by forcing people out of their cars. Well, people aren't being forced out of their cars. As Councillor O'Malley noted earlier, there is more car ownership now than ever. And the reason that there's more car ownership now than ever is, despite the difficulties and increasingly small number of parks available in town, people have seen the value in having their own personal transportation. A lot of people take their kids to school in a vehicle these days because they don't want the 10 times risk that you get on a bicycle in terms of being killed on the road. Parents are quite right, I believe, to be concerned about the safety of their kids and wanting to drive them places rather than put them on these, quite frankly, newfangled cycle lanes, many of which are not used by cyclists because the cyclists themselves don't believe that they're safe. And I'm speaking particularly of the one-way street system that's been there for at least 10 years now. And again, the fundamental issue, if nobody looking at the dramatic underuse of that cycleway and asking NZTA what they're going to do about it, and you know all the car parks that were lost with that, we don't address fundamental issues. And that is why we've been put in this position. My sympathies go out to the committee, but I'm not voting for this. It's retrospective. It doesn't address fundamental issues. It's trying to accommodate things that have been forced on us that should never have been in the first place.
Well, that's a full house. Everybody has spoken, so I don't have to ask if anybody wants to speak. So I will now exercise my right of reply. Retrospective has been picked up a couple of times, and I acknowledge that there were components of this where the parking was in place and the curb cut had already been designed, so therefore it was in fact we were performing a functionary role, but we weren't actually involved in necessarily being able to determine the outcome, and that's unfortunate. And that is a feedback I would give back to staff, is that if these changes can come, they should be coming to the committees before commitment to the programs. But are we wanting George Street to get finished ahead of schedule? Because the alternative would have been to stop all the work until the parking form had occurred. So I think in this particular instance, and it was really only in this instance where we're talking about retrospective assessments, is there was a call made which was about getting the project done. And I think that in the end, when we had to look at all of what had to be fitted into that block, there was a lot that had to be fitted there, and there was a lot of old design that had to be dealt with, like the curb cuts for Knox Church, 2 driveway cuts. You got to fit around those 2 driveway cuts. You got to fit a pedestrian crossing, a double bus stop, and all the car parks for that side of the road. It became really hard game of jigsaw puzzle basically to get that to work in place. But I do want to comment that there was actually a huge, Councillor Wiley pointed out, a massive number of parking changes in this item. And as often occurs, we end up focusing on around about 2% of the changes, and 98% just fly out the other side. In terms of, are those bus stops going to be used, Mr Mayor he said that he did not feel they are, and then Councillor Gilbert says he definitely feels they are. Well, we'll have cameras on it, and we'll actually answer that question with a data set. And I think that it's important to get these data sets because they actually do help you with making good decisions later. Otherwise, we're going off gut feeling, and that's not necessarily a well-informed place to be coming from. I think Councillor Barker sort of hit it on it when we were talking about this is part of an integrated transport system. There are a whole heap of different transport options that we need to be able to offer the people of the city. And they don't necessarily have to come with, if you don't use it at this level, we're never going to fund it again. So when we look at the cycleways, yes, they aren't particularly heavy used. Per square metre of road reserve, we are probably moving less people on the cycleways than we are on any other part of the road reserve. But do we just get rid of it and not have an option and you cannot bike around town with any safety at all? And the other thing to remember is that those particular cycleways have not yet been fully put together yet. So only people with a level of confidence that I have are quite happy to get on them, because you know you run into sections where there isn't any. And I wouldn't send a person I loved out onto that system unless I knew they were really good at what they're doing. So we don't even really know what the full uptake is until it's finished. And also, there was an article in the ODT just this week showing that the unoccupancy rate, or the inverse of the occupancy rate, is going down. So the occupancy rate is going up again. And this has been a constant commentary on George, that it's going under, it's going out of business, it's always dying, and yet every time it's been analysed, the occupancy rate is 90%. 1 in 10 properties are empty at any one time in that area, but they are always around that number. The real effect, if we are having genuinely negative effects on the ability of businesses to survive, then we will start seeing that occupancy rate change. If we don't see it change, then we have reason to believe that the effects we're having are not so bad that they're causing businesses to go out of business. I would think it a rather unusual thing not to renew your lease based on the parking changes outside your building until you know what the impact of that has been, when the other side of that is to try to increase pedestrianisation in the area, which should help with retail. So I'm just going to finish with just the idea, why is it considered that only people who park outside your shop are going to be contributing to the, or park nearby are going to be the only people contributing to the viability of your business? I don't think the evidence shows up to that. I think the evidence shows that, in fact, by far and away the majority of your people coming to you will have actually come from at least 100 metres away. And that's what we're trying to set up, a system that you can come into the centre of town, you can go to a place, we have the parking buildings, we're not outlawing cars at 500 metres out, we're sending you to certain places and then saying when you go there, this is how you can enjoy the activity of the space. And there are always winners and losers, and that's why it is a little bit of a hide into nowhere, but you know, I don't take it too personally, because I know that basically somebody's got to do it and no one really comes back and personally attacks us for what we've done either. Look at that. So I put it then, all those in favour? By division.
And can we have a...
And then, by the way, as soon as we're doing that, we have to do that 1 o'clock thing. What do you want? A?
Yeah, A is the only thing I want to vote against.
Okay, so we'll take it A by itself by division, and then can we do B and C together or by division again? Okay, so we'll take A by division first.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Ms Matahaere Atariki. Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Mayor Raddick.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Declared carried 8-4.
Take parts B and C just by voice. Okay. So all those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. It is 1:02, and the Finance and CCO's committee needs to start now. So I am going to adjourn, because what we're going to do is we're going to adjourn for lunch. So I'm going to adjourn the meeting now to come back at 1:45, so 45 minutes. 1:45, 1:45. And then after the adjournment, Councillor Vandervis will start the Finance and CCO's meeting and then adjourn that meeting. Okay, so all those in favour? I'll have a seconder, please. Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour? Aye. Carried.
Where the to the conclusion of the infrastructure meeting, we will reconvene at that stage. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Lucas. All those in favour?
Aye.
Okay, so the finance meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
And we're back here at 1:45. It is 1:45, so I call this meeting back to order. And we're on to item 13, which is Three Waters infrastructure strategy. And we have Mr. Ward and Ms. McKenzie coming to speak to it. Thanks very much for coming. Do you want to speak to this at all, or just wait, assume it's read and ask for questions?
If I may, with the paper, just to preface, it's asking the committee to consider how to balance being regulatory compliant in the current environment, making sure that Dunedin is positioned strongly and positively going forward, but at the same time balancing the needs and demands on staff at this time. So it's more of a balance, really, and that's what we're asking the committee to consider, please.
That pretty much might summarise all my questions as well then. So effectively, this is due to the uncertainty of Three Waters reform, and effectively this activity will be taken out of our hands if it carries on as it's moving. If it hadn't been occurring, then we would have just gone ahead and done this. But the extra work of looking towards Three Waters transitions and all the other work, it's just the balancing of the two. Is that really what we're looking at here?
Correct.
Very good. Any other questions from the rest of the council? Councillor Lucas.
I just want to clarify so that if we go with option one, is that you don't do the work for the LTP, is that if there is a change of government and all of this is repealed, as which some parties have indicated, you won't be too far on the back foot then to get up to speed to provide the information for the LTP.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor. We could readily build on the 2021 infrastructure strategy, which in itself was a very thorough, comprehensive piece of work. Also in our recent dealings with the Department of Internal Affairs National Transition Unit in the crafting of the previous Entity D AMP and now the more recent Entity J Asset Management Plan. I think we are well placed to pivot and provide that appropriate document at that time.
That's great, thank you. And I mean, I guess in terms of especially the capital work, you need to do it regardless, to do that planning and all of that regardless. Yeah.
Just to clarify though, after Councillor Lucas' question, this is the 24 to 54 infrastructure strategy, so it's a 30-year strategic document. You are still going to be contributing to budget items in the LTP, right?
Correct.
Yeah, cool. Any other questions? I've never had a Three Waters meeting this short. Okay, I move then that the committee approves information on Three Waters services not being included in the 2024-2054 infrastructure strategy, which has been prepared as part of the 2024-2034 10-year plan, unless required as a result of changes in the Three Waters reform legislation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor, I should get my Deputy Chair, Councillor Wetherall. Anybody wish to speak to it? Councillor Vandervis.
I'm very pleased to see this as the recommended option, given that we are heading into politically uncertain times with the election coming up. To continue to do this kind of work that I've been voting against for some time in anticipation of the coming election, I think it's the recommended option here is quite clear. It's a much more efficient use of Three Waters staff time, and we can't know what the outcome and following legislation is going to be post-election. It makes sense not to try and include the Three Waters infrastructure strategy into Three Waters into the infrastructure strategy. So quite happy to go with the recommended option here.
Any other speakers? Yeah, basically, my right to reply, I agree. Effectively, in uncertain times, you've got to be sure you're applying your resources to the right place. this is the strategic document, so it's not quite the same as putting the items into the long-term plan. And it would almost actually, this would almost be the kind of approach you take if you assume the current government is going to remain the government. If there is a change of government and a change of approach, then this will probably have to get back and be written at some point to be consistent. But while we remain uncertain, I completely agree with the position here that this would be of little reward, and it's certainly a big impact on ability to deliver. So with that, I put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. You might have been able to knock this out before lunch. Which is Three Waters update report. Mr. Ward. So I'm just getting into the right item. Thank you. Do you wish to speak to this?
Just to preface again, if I may please, this paper builds on the strategic position that Council has taken over the last 3 or more years and looks to deliver on those strategic promises through developing key and strategic relationships. I think the hallmark of the paper is really one of relationships. We've developed relationships with treaty partners, the regulators, and our delivery partners, our design partners, on our construction partners. I would say the hallmark of this is very much a relationship-led approach to deliver on the strategic direction provided by Council.
Thank you. Any questions? Oh, that's very nice. Councillor Van der Vis.
In paragraph 6 on page 87, it says the Water Services Economic Efficiency and Consumer Protection Bill is also being progressed. The government intends for 3 bills to be passed before the 2023 election. What consideration have staff given to these bills that are being essentially rammed through before the election being changed by a different incoming government?
Those considerations are outside the realm of the Three Waters team delivering the service today. So we're focused on delivering our service today and looking at having a healthy asset stock that allows us to deliver that service, and once again just to work in partnership with our delivery partners. So outside the realms of what we're currently considering.
Do you have any idea of what a National Act government might do in the way of watering down Three Waters? Has that been a consideration of staff?
No and no.
Hang on, Mr. West, isn't it?
I could have a go. So that there has been
Oh, go on.
Conversations at ELT level. I think in terms of delivering services to the community, nothing will change at majority of staff level, be it Entity J or be it DCC. Those services remain the same, and it's more the ownership model and governance.
Nobody did it.
And funding.
Oh, it's them trying to see if they've got a working mic that keep turning you off.
And funding of Three Waters that will change with a change in government. And so some of the thinking that is done is around what does that look like? Is it a Wellington Water model? Is it a water care model? But most of those impacts are at this table rather than at a staff table. So you know, some of the work that we've been doing with council around providing submissions to the legislation is more aimed at that thinking than delivering drinking water to our community.
So the 15 extra staff that we hired essentially to deal with the compliance regime that is being put upon us, are you saying that those extra staff still going to be relevant in terms of delivering services. We're going to get value from them, even though we never needed them before.
Yeah, absolutely, and that legislation is already passed is a bill, and so these bills referred to in paragraph 6 and 7 are more about water services entities and how the services are delivered, how the services are regulated. That's already passed and in place with a new regulator, new drinking water standards or water quality assurance rules, and have been for some time. So the majority of those staff are focused on that regulatory aspect, not the service delivery aspect.
And do you expect the compliance side of things that you've just highlighted, that under any new government that compliance regime will basically survive a change of government?
I strongly believe that there is political support for improved regulation in the Three Waters initiatives. I expect there'd be no change in that space.
Any other questions? All right, back up again. I just have one quick one, and it's on the Northern Water Schemes, Northern Wastewater Schemes. I think it's, now I've got to find it again. I think it's 12 or 13. It's related. Oh, it's 12. Yep. The ISP program includes the Northern Wastewater Schemes discharge consent. Those are getting to be fairly old, the Warrington and Waikawaiti units, and there's been a lot of use change up there in the area. So is this work going to deal with, is it primarily focusing on short-term consent, meeting consents in the short term, or is it also interacting with the future development strategy and long-term investment in the area?
It's both, Councillor. It's looking at using an approach known as adaptive planning. So we look at short-term measures that would have benefit today, but also with an eye on the future and how that would inform both the future development strategy for growth and also for the infrastructure strategy for the assets that are needed to support that growth. So both.
Any other questions? Otherwise, I'll move this. Okay, I move that the committee notes the Three Waters activity update. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wiley. I'm just going to speak quickly to it. Just want to acknowledge something that Councillor Vandervis said when he was looking at that legislation. So that there's a water services bill legislation that went ahead of the other three that are currently in play, and that set up the regulator, which is Tamata Arawai, and that's what the extra staffing was put in place for. And in fact, what Three Waters has done a great job of aligning ourselves to that new regulator and the new regulatory requirements that we have. The uncertainty is what's coming through right now and what the election will do to that in terms of who will be the deliverer and in what form that delivery will occur. And so you can see that in the previous item, that level of uncertainty has changed our planning behaviour a little bit. But in many respects, much of what we're seeing here in the Three Waters activity update is activity that will be occurring whether this stays with the council or goes out of the council. And so my desire has always been that we act in response to the Tamata Arawai as the new regulator, as if we were in charge of the assets, and if they move off, then at least we've moved ourselves into the right place for when they leave. And also, to some extent, demonstrating that there was no need, but that's another story. Any other speakers? Well, I don't have to reply to myself. I do that enough at home. So I move that the committee notes the Three Waters activity update. Seconder, did I move that already? Councillor Wiley, yes. Okay, all those in favour? Against? Carried. So we're on to the last item of the day, the naming of a private way. We have Ms. Benson up for that. This is an item that's come back. Do you want to make any comment, or is it just we'd take it as read?
Oh no, I'm happy to take it as read.
Anybody have any questions about this? Councillor Barker's happy to move. I'm happy to second. Do you want to speak to it?
I am delighted that we get to use the name of Caroline Freeman for this this road. We've been doing a lot of talking about getting different names on the roading register, and last year I submitted 9 names, and 7 of those names were accepted, and Caroline Freeman was one of them. And she is close to my heart, and I'll tell you a little bit about that in a while. This is a history lesson, I'm afraid. In 1878, she was the first matriculated woman to enrol at the University of Otago, and then she graduated in August. So it's the 138th anniversary of her graduation, and she was the first woman graduate of Otago University. So this is a very special woman. And then she started Girton College, which was to teach girls to possess themselves and fit themselves for the battle of life. So she's had a very interesting life, which you can read about in the in paragraph 15. But I certainly was very pleased to see her there. And then Girton College actually went on to become part of Columba College, which was the school that I attended. And I was in Girton House. The colour was red, so there we go. I knew this was coming up today, but I just wanted to encourage other people too to submit names to the street name register so that we have a wider variety of names as well. And the process does work, and here we are celebrating a really special woman and having her name respected in the naming of a private way.
Any other speakers? My only comment actually was I happened to be giving a talk to the social studies class, year 9 social studies class at Otago Girls last Friday, and was actually asked, how do you name streets? So I could tell the girls that there is a street registry, and there might even be a few more names going on there now, thanks to their excitement that they can. Back to you, Councillor Barker. Do you want a right of reply? Not really. Okay, then I put it. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We come on to items for consideration for the chair, and I have one that sadly was made aware to me this morning, and that is that it's Mr. Drew's last meeting in front of the Infrastructure Committee before he parts ways and goes to the enemy. Partner. Long-term contractual friends. I just want to say I will mourn for a while over this. It's been a pleasure working with Simon over the years. I think we've established a really good working relationship. And it's probably the testimony of a really good thing that can happen in a council when the governance and operational sides of the council at the level that we're operating at can work with what I call almost a casual ease. It's always been good just to go into Simon's office and just chew the fat. And I think that in many respects, the level of professionalism that he's brought to the infrastructure unit at the council itself has been incredible and brought about incredible changes for the council. So it's been a pleasure and an honour to work with you. I just wish you weren't leaving. Thank you. If anybody else wishes to jump in on the...
Yeah, I'll say a couple of words, Simon. It's been wonderful working with you over the past few years, and it's been great to have you aboard. And especially someone who loves the outdoors, and I used to see you quite often at the beach as well as at work. But the intellectual rigour that you've brought to the job, and all that experience in the private enterprise and private industry, that meant that you brought a lot of practicality and solid experience to the job within the council. And I think we have been great beneficiaries of that. We've really benefited from that and cut through a lot of the, I suppose, the minutiae of council operations in terms of getting things done throughout the whole spectrum of infrastructure. So we'll certainly miss that greatly, but all the best for life at Fulton Hogan. I'm sure you'll have a wonderful time there because you'll be dealing with the whole country instead of just little old Dunedin. So all the best.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. I just want to say thank you to Simon for his being so professional, and that it's council's loss that you're going. And I think we'll struggle to get someone as good as you because of your industry experience, but also how easygoing you are with it. and there's been times I know, because I know he's counting down now, but where it's been extremely difficult. You know, you're under the public eye and the scrutiny of it often, and that also impacts on your family, and that's not the nice side of this job. So, but I am very upset that you're going, and but Fulton Hogan will be the winners out of this. They get you, but I hope that you get a bit more surfing, and get out there. And I expect to see your surf improved. Thank you in the future. Have lots of fun, and don't forget us.
Councillor Barker.
Just want to say thank you, Simon, for your utmost professionalism in your personality, and I really enjoy working with you. And you will be a big loss to the council. And I thank you for the Heritage Action Plan for giving that a push and getting that going as well. And I was joking that the when we interview a person, if they say the word matrixy, then they'll just automatically get the job, because I've really enjoyed so I think someone said intellectual rigour that you've brought to the process, and how you've thought through a lot of the challenges that we have. And I know it's a challenging role, and we will be sorry to see you go, but appreciate that you have done a lot of really hard and amazing and transformational work here, so thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Simon, it's been a pleasure working with you over the, 5 years? 5 years. So that went by pretty quick. But the key is that you came in to a point when the infrastructure of the city was really struggling with trying to work out where to next. And I think, you were straight up, you stepped into leadership right away, and you took charge. And when we look at some of the stuff that we're discussing today, it shows the clarity and the proactive approach and the team you built around you in communicating what we need to do around the city. And yet, not everybody's going to agree with where we're going and the infrastructure and all the work. But at the same time, you stood up and you actually showed real leadership, and you communicated in a real straightforward manner. And I thank you for that, because, again, dealing with us councillors and our mixed emotions about many issues, you took us all in good grace, one step at a time, and even for the dumbest questions, you made it quite clear for us. But I think the key thing is, any success in leadership is when you leave an entity a lot stronger than when you arrived, is a true measure of success, and your department has truly achieved a lot under your leadership, so thank you.
I just want to conclude with we'll be watching you at Fulton Hogan, and you do understand that we're the road controlling authority, and if we don't like what we see, your whole property is going to be covered in broken yellow lines. But no, honestly, it has been an absolute pleasure, and I will now be going on to my fourth head of infrastructure when that person's officially announced. I know. Well, it turns out the only constant is the councillors. So I will now just finish with a karakia. Tui a ranga, tui a raro, tui a roto, tui a waho. Tui a te hiringa tangata, ka tau mai te pou, ka tau mai te au, hau mai e, hui ai, taiki e. And I close the meeting at 2:08. Thank you very much.
Okay, having already called the meeting to order earlier and adjourned, I now call us back to order and like to just go through the item table of contents. There is no public forum listed for today. We do, however, have a number of apologies from Councillor Benson Pope, Councillor Walker, Councillor Lalfiso and Councillor Gary. I move that those apologies be accepted. Seconded, Councillor Lucas. All those in favour? Right, thank you for that. Carried. Confirmation of the agenda. I move that we confirm the agenda as written. Seconded, Councillor Lucas. Anyone have anything to say about the agenda? Any issues? No? All good? Okay, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. Declarations of interest. I've got the spiel I've got to do on the declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arose between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interest they may have. Are there any changes or updates to the elected members register? None. Okay. I therefore move that we accept the register as it is. Seconded, Councillor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? No, that's carried. Confirmation of minutes. Would someone like to move that the Council and Finance minutes of the meeting of 20th of June 2023? Councillor Lucas, you'd like to move those minutes? And anyone want to second them? Mr Mayor, does anyone have anything to say about the minutes from the 20th June meeting? We're all happy with them? Okay, I then move that we accept those minutes. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? None. I declare the minutes, that motion carried regarding minutes. Part A reports. We've got the Finance and Controlled Organisations Forward Work Programme. And I'd like to invite Mr Gavin Logie to speak to the report.
Just happy to take the report as read, Chair.
Right. So the report has been read by everybody. On page 19. Just bear with me while I find it. Does anyone have any questions? Does anyone have any comments? Looks like this might be quite a quick meeting. So we're talking about item 6, and I move from the chair, in the absence of any questions or discussion, move from the chair that we note the Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee Forward Work Programme for August 2023. Seconded, Councillor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? None. Carried. Item 7, financial result. I again invite Mr Logie, see if you have any comments, any parting words of wisdom perhaps even.
So probably just a couple of things, Chair. Just note that obviously the year-end result is still subject to final adjustments. We are just currently going through reviewing everything for the year ended 30th of June, and obviously it'll be subject to external audit, which just starts in mid-September. Probably if you just worth noting on page 23 where we have the summary table, capital expenditure was 208.3 million versus the 189.5 million budget, so that was 18.8 over budget. Interesting that the loans that we borrowed down were $20 million over budget. So from a cash flow point of view, you can see that the additional borrowing has been driven by fundamentally the additional capex. And obviously, as we've previously reported, the operating result for the year has been impacted predominantly by that increased depreciation in Three Waters that were referred to during both the financial reporting for this year and obviously the budget that we've prepared for the current 23-24 year. Other than that, Chair, I'm happy to take questions on the rest of the report.
Right, yeah, there's quite a bit in this report. Any questions regarding it? I know it's fairly clearly laid out. Nobody got any questions? I've actually got a few myself. If we look at paragraph 10 on page 29, it talks about interest costs required to fund increased capital expenditure, along with higher than budgeted interest rate for the second half of the financial year. We had interest rates of 4.5 or 4.85. Have we, when you talk about higher than budgeted interest rates, what kind of interest rate are we talking about?
So we recall for that year, I think we budgeted 3.85, and we were charged, Mr. Davey, what was the second? Was it 4.5 or 4.25?
Last financial year?
Yeah.
All up it would have been in the high 390.
390, yep. So basically what happened is we were charged the 3.8 for the first 6 months, and then it went up to about 4.25 for the second 6 months. What we did get is that once Treasury had completed their books for the end of the year, 30th of June 23, we actually got a rebate of $600,000 on the interest that we'd paid. So it came back slightly less than what we'd been reporting up to the end of May.
Right, so going back a wee bit then, we ended up with a sort of a 3.9, is that right?
In 3.9%.
Okay, all right, thank you. I note on the same page in paragraph 13 that capital expenditure was still quite significantly ahead of budget, which has been fairly unusual up until the last year or two, 110%. Is it expected to stay above budget to the tune of like 10%?
No, Council, remember that we reset the capital budget for year 3 of the 10-year plan. I can't recall the exact number, but certainly management will be focused on delivering to that budget.
Right, so you're not anticipating these unusual over-budget capital expenditures?
No, certainly we've been indicating throughout last financial year, probably fairly early on, things from probably October, that we were going to over-deliver, particularly in the Three Waters space, but also the acceleration to do with the Central City project. But again, as I say, we will deliver to budget. So historically, the council has actually struggled to deliver to budget. So we are now at least consistently being able to do that.
Thank you. And finally, looking at the operating deficit, there's a graph on page 27, similar on page 33. This is a fairly substantial operating deficit. How long do you consider that this minus $20 or $30 million deficit, how long do you think that's going to continue?
So Council will remember for the 23-24 financial year that we've budgeted the same deficit or similar deficit, and Council approved that on the basis of the potential uncertainty around Three Waters. As Council moves into development of the 24-34 long-term plan or 10-year plan, that will be a discussion for this Council, and I know that some councillors have alluded to the fact that potentially there needs to be some discussions around what you do with Three Water rates. So that'll be a decision that this council will get to make in terms of what their deficit looks like going forward.
Right. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. On page 34, where you talk about building services revenue, and we've discussed this, I think, at the last meeting, and you talk about the accounting correction. Will that practice continue for this year, or are you looking at the way that people pay for their consent so that we won't have that going forward?
So one of the challenges in the building services space is we collect deposits and then we bill the work as and when it supposedly occurs. One of the challenges is to working out what those unbilled hours are at the end of any given month. So certainly we are working with building services to see if there's a different model to do that charging.
Thank you. And then on page 38, in respect to property and their almost $10 million underspend in their capital. So the projects there that they list them, the reasons why they're underspent, those projects will still proceed. My understanding is even though that capital was not spent in the past year, effectively those projects will continue on regardless.
So again, when we prepared the 23-24 capex, we tried to foreshadow the movement of that capex into the subsequent year, bearing in mind that $5.7 million relates to the Civic Centre, which is obviously, underway.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to clarify that my understanding was correct. Thank you. That's what I've got.
No more comments, no more questions? In that case, I'd like to move from the chair that the committee notes the financial performance for the period ended 30 June 2023 and the financial position as that date. And also that we note that the year-end result is subject to final adjustments and external audit by Audit New Zealand. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, I need a seconder for that. You'll get a second, Mandy. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? None? Carried. Waipori Fund, Mr. Richard Davey, your baby. So, Mr. Davey, we have your report in front of us. We note the very clear graphs that you've provided in the past and the changes that have come from that. I'd like to invite you to say anything that you would like to regarding the paper generally and the latest blue line on the graph in particular.
Okay, the fund made a strong return over the quarter of 2.3% relative to the benchmark, which was pleasing. And that return was $2.3 million with a total value of the fund of just under $98 million. The fund made a distribution of $3.3 million during June 2023, and the fund has since had a strong July, gaining another 0.8% or just under $800,000 for the month. The blue line shows that the value of the fund is less than the inflation adjusted capital base. Probably the main reason for that really is that inflation, as we know, has been particularly strong in the last 2 quarters, and equity returns and the return of the fund has been more modest than the large inflation increases. There's some evidence around that inflation has peaked and is slowly abating, and we'll see the outcome of that over coming quarters going forward.
Thank you very much. All very clear. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I mean, and obviously with not having a crystal ball, what do you think the likelihood of the fund, getting back to where, the fund value would be, inflation adjusted, obviously, because it's dropped below where we ideally we would like it to be. So do you think within the next 12 months or longer?
Yeah, well, inflation is reducing and monetary policy is very tight to continue to see inflation decrease going forward. And there's evidence globally that that's happening now. I suppose once you get a few quarters out of the way, you can actually have the inflation number come back and track quite quickly, even though there's a lot of talk around it at the moment about it being sticky. But once you get a few quarters rolling out of the measurement, it can reduce fairly quickly. And if you look at the long-term returns of the fund, which has been about 6 to 7%, the long-term returns of the fund can quickly surpass inflation if inflation goes back to between 1 to 3%, which is the Reserve Bank's target. So time-wise, difficult to tell, but a lot of progress could be made over the next 1 year.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. In the event that inflation does remain sticky, and we've had a nice $3.3 million distribution, but if inflation does remain stickily high, do you anticipate no distribution next year?
It's probably really a decision for council, as it is, but really just for us to highlight where that inflation adjusted capital base is, so that a decision can be made around that. But monetary policy is very tight. Banks are forecasting rate cuts, or the market's forecasting rate cuts in the second half of 2024. So that's a signal that the Reserve Bank has got inflation under control, and that over the medium term it should revert back to the Reserve Bank's target.
And we can then revert back to basically maintaining inflation-adjusted value in the fund?
Yes.
Great. good to hear. Thank you for being so clear in your answers. And no further questions or comments from anybody. Therefore, I'd like to move from the chair that the committee notes the report from the Dunedin City Treasury on the Waipori Fund for the quarter ended 30 June 2023. Have I got a seconder? Councillor Gilbert. All those in... anyone want to speak to it? No? All those in favour? Against? None? Carried. And thank you very much again, Richard. I've now got items for consideration by the chair, and one that I wish I'd had a bit more time to give consideration to is our Chief Financial Officer, who, if you would indulge me, if you could come up to the table again and we could perhaps quiz you on why you're leaving us. It's all right. We've got some good ideas about why you're leaving us. We're very, I just wanted to say from the chair and personally, that we're very much appreciative of the time that you've spent working for the city, for the people of the city, and to give us sets of books that actually made sense year on year. I've been around here long enough to remember a time when the accounting at the DCC was so far out of date that councillors were raising a rate based on 7-year-old information. And very much appreciate that, especially with you being here since 2015, I believe. And you were originally a financial controller, but you've been our Chief Financial Officer now for really quite some time. And it's not just that we have had full confidence in the figures that you've been able to put in front of us. I think even more importantly, it's that the Chief Executive has had very full confidence in you. To the extent, Mr. Logie, that you haven't just been Gavin, you've been Gav. And you know, that's not something that happens too often in an organisation of this size. It speaks both to especially the Chief Executive's confidence in you, but also in the way that we've been able to operate in a friendly and mutually beneficial way, that situations which are perhaps structurally adversarial have actually been really quite convivial. And I think we've all been able to know more precisely where we are. We've got more graphs now rather than just the tables of figures that we used to have. And I just wanted to thank you very much for all the time that you've spent with us and what you've done for this city. Thank you. And I'd like to invite anybody else who wishes to, Your Worship, the Mayor.
Yes, I would echo Chair Vandivus's words, and I think your financial rigour has been very valuable for all of us here around the table, and being able to explain the figures and delve into the intricacies of how they were derived at any time, not just in our meetings, committee meetings and council meetings, but also any other time that I've had occasion to ask any questions. You've always been extremely helpful and pointing out, you know, the whys and wherefores. And I think, you know, once again, it'll be our loss that you're leaving, and it is a shame to see you disappear into the distance, but I know as a fellow motorcyclist, you're probably off on a big adventure, and so I wish you all the best and have a lot of fun out there in the world. And it's unusual to have, I think, a financial accountant who is also a motorcyclist. So that sense of adventure, you know, that sense of adventure will be put to good use, I'm sure, over the coming months and time that you decide to have off. But, you know, there's also the possibility you might come back. So just whatever suits you best. So all the best and have a wonderful time. Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Actually, good timing, Gavin. I can use a lot of the same notes I used for Mr. Drew. Because, you came in 215, 214, 215? 215. 215. Followed Mr. Mackenzie across from the university. That was a good recruitment. We got 2 for 1 on that one. But no, you stepped up when Mr. Mackenzie moved on. And again, a lot of the similar words. Just a good guy, straight up, practical. kept it simple and built a good team around him. So strong leadership. But good natured with it. And I think that's the key part. And good luck in the future. Cheers. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you. And Gavin, I think that you might have arrived just as I was finishing work at the DCC, so I don't think I had the pleasure of working with you as a staff member, but as a governance person, I've really enjoyed working with you. You have had endless patience. I know I send you a lot of emails asking questions, but I've also learned a lot from you, and especially at rating. And I really appreciate your patience and your good humour, your professionalism. You know, I know that dealing with council, we're a funny beast, and I know it can be a little challenging. Good straight face, which you don't need to keep anymore, I guess. But just thank you. You know, you came along to a challenging organisation, which was going through a number of changes, and you know you are leaving it in a much better place, and we will have total respect for you. So thank you for what you've done.
Councillor Gilbert.
Just very briefly, I'm not going to commend you on your financial acumen. I'm going to commend you for something different, because as a new councillor coming in, there's a lot that I'm not going to speak on behalf of other new councillors, but that I had to try and come to terms with, try and understand acronyms, etc. I'm familiar with business books and etc., but there is a lot that I wasn't familiar with here, and as has been mentioned before, the straight face with which you are answering what to you are probably very obvious, very simple questions, but for me aren't, and sometimes I would ask more or less the same thing multiple different ways to try and ascertain what it is. So thank you very much for being able to take what is otherwise a very complex, complicated, intricate system, and such as rates, and be able to nut it down to something where even I can understand. So thank you very much.
And finally, Mr. Logie, I have a question for you. As our Chief Financial Officer, and you're still being paid, so it's my job to put you on the spot. What is your ongoing long-term advice financially for this council?
Yeah, wait till I get to become an elected member, then we'll have a chat.
Fairly deflected, we'll let you go with that, and thank you very much again. No further items for consideration by the Chair. I declare the meeting closed at... No, sorry. Oh, pardon me. Please, Councillor Mayhew.
Mr. Logie, you don't have to come back to the seat. I just wanted to say, I haven't known you for very long, but I certainly would like to acknowledge your wisdom, your patience, and your general unflappable and unwavering strength of character that I've observed from you in recent months, and I sincerely hope that you're going off to have wonderful adventures and many happy travels and days ahead for you and your whānau. Thank you very much.
And Councillor Houlihan, you have
Thank you. I just want to say enjoy retirement and time with friends and family. And I know you'll be missed here. And thank you, because I can remember when I first started council and saying to you, oh, I'm not sure about this. And you sat down, you went through, and you were very patient. And so I appreciate that. Thank you.
My apologies for not noting. I think that's pretty much all for today. Thank you very much. I declare the meeting closed at 2:36.